Our official implementation work starts in September this year. Our official implementation work starts in September this year. We have done a lot of work in HOMABAY, and we were in a transition for about 2 months, and we want to start now activity, but in a different perspective, because we have done a lot when it comes to governance. We have helped and partnered with county government, the Department of Governance, and for the first time we are coming up with service charters, and the governance people talk about that one. We participated, in fact IDF participated so much in calculating the matrix, developing the matrix of public participation. The public participation which you are seeing in HOMABAY County right now, 70% was our idea. 70% was the work of idea, but the idea came from the governor. So we have implemented what the governor required in coming up with public participation matrix for public participation for any project. And in any kawiyo, katoti mwana maraji. Kawiyo ni watu marubasari jodhe jalmaji, kwanyo yes and no. I become very much happy because that is the aspect of social accountability. But even Ulioga sana. Okay. HIV namba gapi? Number? Ayo, Marakani kuchawa. Yaani ungewa number 1 everything. Teenage pregnancy? Are you people looking at the data really? TB? So it has been highlighted there. HIV among the 15-49 age group, HIV prevalence declined from 25 to 18.5. At least we are improving slightly. TB treatment success rate stand at 93.8%, with 99% of TB patients tested for HIV. Are you accessing these services? Are you among that data? Those are our discussions. Malaria incidence recorded at 212.6 out of 1,000, with significant variations across the sub-counties. Healthcare access matrix, we have new health facilities, 26 new facilities have been established, 5 ambulances have been acquired. So we are seeing some progress. Health worker density increased from 8.08 over 10,000 in 2017 to 10.4, 10,000 in 2022, though disparities remain across different healthcare facilities. Challenges there, one of them is the infrastructure disparities. How do you want to address this one? And I think the one who will be in the panel will be discussing that one. Another one is the shortage of medical personnel. Is it because of the resources where we have the shortages? We shall be discussing that one. Then we have access issues, the emerging issues. One of them is the geographic and financial barriers, disease burden, and impact of COVID. And I think there will be, in the next report, we shall be also including how the impact of mpox also with us also. Now, there are plans for financial year 2024-2025 and also 2025-26. And I think here you should be looking at it keenly, because we have to look what is the programs for the county government. One, they have a program in strengthening health services. You are seeing there are issues of the infrastructure expansion, medical supply chains, which they want to improve. They want also to go into the disease control initiatives, which we shall discuss, health education campaigns, improving health service delivery, and also enhancing patient outcomes. So they have given out a lot of recommendations there. One is to address the health system weakness. How is the health system weakness? What is its status? And how can we address it as youth? Then on the issue of disease control services, research and surveillance, and also routine medical supplies. I think you are noting key things which will help you to guide your deliberations between you and the panel. Then on implementation of SDG 4, quality education. And here, I think you know a lot is taking place on ECD. Are you seeing new infrastructures of ECDs in your areas? Huh? Are you seeing? Jomoka pe jokadi gine county money. Une county money. What is happening?
We have a program initiated by our government.
Just stand up and see you.
On I-Center, we have Modawa Counter program. Some projects have already been finished. I've seen.
Yeah. There's money in your area. One is? Which ward? Soccer sport. 4 counter initiatives you're seeing. Ondoa Kaunda. Why it came Ondoa Kaunda, they will tell us. Kulikuwa na Kaunda kitambo? Yes. Yeah? And what is Kaunda? Okay. So, at least from analysis of the on the achievement on early child development education, Umeenda juu ama ni chini? So we are being informed the springs have been, 7 new springs have been constructed, benefiting 950 households and reducing the fetching distance to 7 kilometers. Because if you look at the indicators of the SDGs, is that what are we focusing on? But here we are seeing at least we are reducing that kilometer to from 7 kilometers. Then there are additional interventions like install roof catchment tanks in 5 public schools and constructed 4 new sanitation blocks in 2 schools and 1 public toilet at Rodi Market. When you talk Rodi, you will confirm this one, that there's sanitation blocks and among the schools in Rodi Market, collaboration with AMREF and UNEA. Sanitation and waste management, which we shall not go on, but when it comes to challenges, water scarcity is still being identified, pollution, sanitation facilities is still an issue, and there are priorities for 2024, 25, 2025, 26. One on water management, sanitation infrastructure, hygiene promotion, strategic partnerships, and also there are some recommendations to address water scarcity, combat pollution, enhance sanitation facilities, and also increase the funding. Under SDG 9, that is on innovation and infrastructure, when it comes to roads, it was identified 159 road projects, typically improving transportation networks and connectivity within the county. So that is a progress. When it comes to markets, they have operational 4 modern markets in HOMABAY, Oyugis, Ndeta, and Nyakweri. Energy facilities completed and full operational pig automated milling plant and initiated construction of Arujo Animal Feed Factory, which is 50% completion. But I know you are laughing because you saw a statement of the office, isn't it? They are here to respond. Are we together? They are here to respond about that one. Now, when it comes to industrial growth, industrial facilities, which I have talked about, market improvements, improved 185 community markets and completed Magunga Fossa branch building. We are discussing this because a lot of youths are also involved in trade, isn't it? So this area is very, very much of interest to you. When it comes to entrepreneur support, they have trained almost 290 entrepreneurs and provided funding to 279 others. Are you among them? Are you among the entrepreneurs which have benefited from this one? So on there we have challenges of infrastructure, industry capacity, innovation gaps, financial and coordination issues, which forms the part of the challenges. I will not go to the plans for financial 2024-2025 because we shall consolidate with what we need as youth in this place. Implementation of climate change, SDG 13. SDG 13, that is on climate change. The climate adaptation and mitigation initiatives. When it comes to reforestation projects, county government has dedicated and conserved 5 parcels of land, totaling to approximately 1,500 acres, contributing to decreased forest cover and hence carbon sequestration. So we are seeing at least there's more improvement on issues of the forest cover compared with the data which we had initially. Now, renewable energy adoption. County government initiated projects to promote renewable energy sources, reducing reliance on fossil fuels and lowering greenhouse gas emissions. And when it comes to policy development, so many policies have been formulated and validated 2 climate change legal frameworks to guide and enforce climate action efforts. And I think now HOMABAY County is implementing the FLOCA program. That area, I know you have a lot of interest, you'll be looking at it so much. How is the implementation of FLOCA? Then finally, under that one, the challenges we have, one is on the climate impact, environmental degradation, which is still a challenge. Then adaptation of challenges is still a challenge. Then integration and coordination issues. So there are recommendations of the strengthening climate resilience, reduce environmental impacts, increase resource for adaptation, and foster stakeholder collaboration. And finally is on SDG 16. Finally is on SDG 16. And here I'm seeing a lot of achievements. One of them is the transparent practice. At least the county government is implementing a performance contract for county executive. Then there are legislative advancements like drafting and enacting several key bills, including Civic Education Policy and Public Protection Act, the County Special Service Compliance Act, and the County Disaster and Emergency Management Act. So these are bills which are there. Then when it comes to infrastructure development, they have completed construction of Rangwe, Rajono East, and Vita Sub-County offices, and initiated the upgrading of Kitubey, Oyu East, Ndewa, and Peter House to municipal status. Since Oyu East is on municipal status. Okay. Then resource mobilization, secure donations for fire engines, fire trucks, and ambulance for the United Kingdom to bolster emergency responses. Have you been seeing those fire engines? How many people have seen those fire engines? Where can you conduct vizuri? The rest are in another world. 2 people, you have seen those fire engines. Has anything happened in the UD, Skindo, Kabondo, Rangwe, Mkono, Magari? Have you seen it? When it comes to disaster preparedness, that one will be confirmed. Then in the rule of law and access to justice, there is legal framework. At least now there's updated legal frameworks and policies, including the county monitoring and evaluation policy, and that one is a plus, and social risk management plan to improve the effectiveness of legal and judicial process. Then there's the very needy in human resource development, whereby 336 new enforcement officers were recruited to at least enhance the enforcement work. And public participation, which we have been talking about, at least it is being reported here as a finding that there is enhanced public participation. Now, among the challenges we have here are the governance weaknesses, legal system gaps, social conflicts, and institutional trust. Trust in maintaining social cohesion and trust in institutions. And there are so many programs which have been aligned for 2024-2025. And in recommendations, I think this one I'll read. One is invest on the institutional capacity, strengthen legal progress, promote social cohesion, that is what we are doing here, and increase transparency and accountability in the county government. So the assessment have even the conclusion, summary of the key achievements, but I think you have gathered the most important things when it comes to those SDGs 2, 3, 4, 6, 9, 13, and 16. So suppose the panelists are in this house now. Are you prepared now for tangible engagement? How many now people are prepared? Are you now prepared? Now I know you are at a position question this data, interrogate more about it, and I'm sure by the end of the day, we shall be somewhere in terms of our implementation. Now, it is now a very humble time from our visitors to know whom we have here, who are the panelists, those people are going to engage with, and be free. So many people wamekuwa wakitaka such forums, be free. Maybe such a forum will not come earlier enough again. Be free, interrogate these people. So I want to do introduction to the visitors. And here, you know, there's a lot of protocols. So I'm inviting a friend of mine and a brother who has been with us in this journey to take over from there. First, we'll introduce his name, then he'll go to other aspects. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Odijo. I'm Jam. How are you? Still there? Okay. So, Okupamle Odijo for having run the session. Yeah, thank you very much. Now, how many of you here have seen this face? By show of hands. Ngapi washaona hii uso? Where the sub-county youth leaders? Hebu bebe mikono. Okay. Sasa, my name is Silas Rapa. I work with the county government of HOMABAY as the county director for youth affairs. Okay? I'm sure most of you we haven't interacted, but I think most importantly, that is the reason why we are here today. Okay? How many people are from Kasipul Kabona? Okay. Kasipul. Then Rangwe. Rangwe, you've done well. Eh? Thank you very much. You know, that's where I come from. Nisiseme ati nilikuwa nini ama nini. Hii kitu ilikuwa tu watu wana apply, si ndio? And Karachuonyo, Mbinga Karachuonyo. Hiyo sasa ndio Tarakaniti. Okay. Fine. I won't take a lot of time so that we go fast. I just want to introduce this team that has come in, and I'm sure there are others who have also come in together with us. Anyone who has not introduced himself from the gallery? I know I have Vickery here next to me. Yes. There's that youth champion. Jafet, a very senior and resourceful young man is at the end. Yes. So, I don't know whether, I think you are energetic enough. Okay? Mnaweza sema majina from there? Ama nilete hii? Nilete? Okay. Huh? Okay.
Okay, good morning everyone. Mine is Tony Dalton Obala from Karachuonyo, and I represent the HOMABAY County Youth Parliament. Thank you.
Good morning everyone. I'm Flora War, West Kamagak, representing Oyugis municipality.
Good morning.
Good morning. Bwana sifiwe. Kwa majina naitwa Riga Washira Dek from Kasipul, West Kasipul Ward. Asante.
Morning everyone. And first of all,
Good morning. My name is Dennis Okello. I'm the Sub-County Vocational Training Officer at Joyogi Sub-County, standing in for the County Director of Vocational Training at Santeni County.
Good morning. My name is Steve Juma. I work for Siang Kenya, County Youth and Adolescent Network. It's a youth organization serving adolescents and young people in the rural parts of HOMABAY County. I'm also here at the capacity of the HOMABAY CSO network, where I chair the committee of youth, gender and youth. Thank you.
Okay. Is there someone else?
Morning everyone.
Morning.
I'm CBS Ouma. I'm a youth leader, not graduate award, also graduate youth parliament.
And some very serious farmer. That guy there. Tumalizana hapo chini bado. Kasisi Kani Basra is there. Nimeingia na yeye. Ameingia baada yangu anyway. Okay.
Hello, good morning. I'm sorry I'm late. My name is Sheila Obiambo. I'm from Singa Island, representing Lake Region Empowerment Network as their climate ambassador. Thank you.
Thank you. Lydia.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Lydia Hongo from Rachonia Lab, representing Minepa Community Developers Network.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Derek Olochogal from East Kamaga, Regional South Sub-County, representing Uyugis Municipality.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so,
I'm Tobias Mboya, working for HOMABAY County Government as an environment officer for Uyugis Municipality.
Thank you.
Morning everyone.
Morning.
I'm Willow Alfred Jr. I'm the youth leader for the Kasipul constituency. I'm also the majority leader, Kenya Young Members of County Assembly and the region.
Thank you very much. This is the majority leader. Now, after that, we have county staff and even the state, our colleagues, our counterparts who work with the State Department of Youth Affairs. So you'll allow me to begin with the deputy directors who are in the house. I will start with this gentleman here.
Good morning everyone. I'm sorry I came in late. My name is Dominic Mboya, the Deputy Director of Partnerships and External Relations, HOMABAY County. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Then I have one of our hosts.
Good morning everyone. I'm Victor Iwandi, Deputy Director of Public Education, County Government of HOMABAY.
He did tell you that he comes from this market. He's from Achona, he's from Kasipul here, specifically Yugis. Then, from our office, the Department of Youth Affairs, that is where I sit. I'm here with my Deputy Director. Najua alijificha katikati yenu, lakini ndio huyo hapa. Unaona tuko na gender balance.
Good morning. I'm Yvonne Onyat, the Deputy Director Youth Affairs, County Government of HOMABAY. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then I have another resourceful man, the man who decides whether you get the money or not.
Good morning, everyone. I'm also good to know your room. With this Bolo, the Deputy Director Economic Planning and Budgeting.
Thank you very much. Now I want to recognize the directors who are with us here. I start with this tall man here.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, Vijana, hi. I'm Joseph Ayeko. I'm the Director of Monitoring and Evaluation, the Government Service Delivery Monitoring and Evaluation Unit. Asante.
Thank you very much, Ayeko. Ayeko is from Rangwe constituency, Game. Okay? Ayeko is West Game, studio. West Game Ward. Then I have Bwana Chakula.
Good morning. My name is Eric Kandar, the Council Director of Budget. Thank you.
And then also comes from Kasipul. Studio. Alpha Tonyuma. Now, we have the State Department office, and anajifanya yeye mhamul akuja akajificha huku nyuma. I want to smoke her out. Director, unajua hivi watu yako yote.
Good morning, everyone, once again. I know for those who came a bit early, we were here together. I introduced myself. My name is Electa Opan. I'm the County Director, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy, and Sports. I represent the national government in this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director. We all know that matters youth are not fully involved, but we work together. Now, we have Olivia is a municipality, okay? Sasa? Yeah, so you cannot move into someone's home without his or her consent. Eh? So we have here the host's boss wa hii municipality, Mr. Sigaro. Sigaro huyu tumekuwa na yeye mali mingi sana.
Mali mingi. Hamjambo, fuadi urukama na yenya, and Sigara Kumba, municipal manager wa UGIS. Karibuni sana. Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Sigaro. Umesikia hiyo sauti? Hiyo ni sauti ya mwana siasa. Okay? Now, I think, Jafet, I am almost through. Yes. I want to take this microphone to the next level. Just a matter of introduction, because this is now the level where I might not be having enough energy to untie his shoes. So, we are here from our department. I've already introduced my deputy, and now I also have my boss here with me. That is the Chief Officer for Youth Affairs, Sports, and Talent Development, and Cultural Heritage. I want you guys to put your hands together and welcome our Chief Officer to say hi.
Thank you, Brother Silas, our partners and the organizers of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once more. You know, my primary school teacher, you know, what you are taught in primary school really sticks into the mind. My primary school teacher taught me that you only mention, you recognize one person and then the rest become ladies and gentlemen. So that is what has really stuck in my mind. He told me that these things of all protocols observed, those ones are not English. So I don't know whether it is true. But I'm called Eliotieno Nyero. I'm the Chief Officer in charge of Youth, Sports, Talent Development and Cultural Heritage, HOMABAY County. My home is in Lewa, and particularly Kolobe Ward. Feel welcome and enjoy being in HOMABAY County. May God bless all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you for your patience. I now want to take this microphone to Jeffrey. Please take it from here. Asante.
Can we clap to the county government team? See, now we are in full house, isn't it? You have umesikia introduction, isn't it? Kuna wengine umetamani kukutana nao na haujawahi kukutana nao. Sasa wako hapa. Do you know how to say director as ingine ngumu? Director. Dinge director. We mono maringi losa kidi director. Ni chega director. Awi ni jokolo waje ni ama director in my house. We have the full house for the Department of Youth and also for the SDGs we have here. Can we clap for them once more? This shows how both national and county government are committed to your task. So be prepared so much. Now, before we break for 10 o'clock tea, we have two people who want to address you people and address us. And one we shall start from the county government, Department of Youth. We want to understand briefly how has county government of HOMABAY adhering to Kenya National Youth Development Policy 2019, because that is only policy which creates enabling environment for the youth-related issues in our country. Issues relating with health, issues relating with education, issues relating with the environment. How has the county government of HOMABAY adhered to this policy? From there, we shall have the second person, who is Director, County Director, State Department of Youth, who will also give us a brief that how has the national government of Kenya adhered to the National Youth Development Policy, and how is it linked with the current programs and anything related with youth in HOMABAY County. And this far allow nikataka kumuita na umesikia hii, umeona hiyo simu, tupe tu nafasi. Or my sister, can I start with you? Mrs. Electoral Power? Yes. Bada kuna simu, so I think you can, but it will be very much important to answer alafu what's the answer. Yes. So how many people have come across or understand or has any information of the Kenya National Youth Development Policy? Beba mkono. Only one person. Hapa vitu vitamutamu, one person, two persons. The rest, wachuni ya wanikode. Yeah? And what do you the HOMABAY County? That's why we say today, nyakiae kinidhano. At least inge kumitia. Because your issues and priorities are under policy. So, my brother, now time is yours. Tell these people, this youth gathering here, how HOMABAY County has been adhering to national youth policies. And when it comes to policies, which kind of policies the county government has developed that are related to the youth. Thank you so much. Please clap to him once when it's coming.
Thank you very much. As I was speaking, my microphone, my other boss just walked in, and I cannot really continue engaging before I introduce her. We've just been joined by, in our department we have two chief officers. So we've been joined by the chief officer in charge of gender, women empowerment and social services. Chief, please greet you.
Morning everyone. Kwa majina naitwa Dolce Nachia. The chief officer gender, women empowerment and social services. Pleasure to be with you. and sorry for coming late. Otherwise, let's have a fruitful engagement, and at the end of it all, let's do a public active participation towards this. Otherwise, thank you so much. Feel free.
Can we clap for her, please?
Asante sana. I want to know where there's one of our panelists. She's called where is Immaculate Adiwa? Is Immaculate in here? No. And Jeffrey, one of our panelists is represented by what was your name? The vocational. Sorry? Thank you very much. So that is one of our panelists. We have several panelists who will be sitting here to engage us. Now, I want to say that I want to make this session very brief, but quite interactive, so that we move together. So, now, most importantly, if you look at the Kenya National Youth Development Policy, specific areas of interest are the priority areas. Okay? So, most importantly, we look at the priority areas that were highlighted in this policy. Can someone tell me a few priority areas in the Youth Development Policy 2019? Yeah? How many have seen the Kenya National Youth Development Policy 2019? Wangapi wameiona? Anyone who has heard about it, that it's there? Okay? Hakuna? Yeah, I knew Lydia must have, even Ambassador there. I know, Steve. We have priority areas that have been highlighted by the policy. So maybe, so that we move together, I'll just mention a few of them. One of them is good health, okay? Then we have issues to do with drugs and substance abuse. 3, we have issues to do with ICT, information. You see right now, we are asking ourselves whether we've seen or even read the youth policy, but up to 99% of us are not aware, okay? So ICT, that is information and communication technology, that's another area that has been highlighted. Another area that is a priority area in the policy is agriculture, okay? And specifically, making agriculture we are going to have some rearrangement. Hapa mbele tutakuwa na directors and chief officers. Then some of our colleagues might want to move behind so that we can host Waziri and her team here. Waziri, could we have more chairs? settle down. Asanteni sana. We also have our our director in charge of talent development, who walked in. Ken, just thank you very much. That is Ken Kiche from our department. He's in charge of talent development. Okay. Now, just to indicate where, your position in the structure at the table of the county government of HOMABAY. You've seen the delegation that has come to this forum. I've introduced to you our deputy directors, the directors, and the chief officers. And to crown it all, we've been joined by our CECs, okay? This goes further to indicate to you that we place you at a very critical stage whenever we're making decisions in terms of programs in HOMABAY County. So, now, I think I want to take this opportunity to give to my Chief Eli so that he can invite the Waziris so that they can say a word or two, and then we proceed. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you, Director. Before I invite the Waziris that are around, maybe I would invite my colleague, Dolphin, to say maybe just a word.
Good morning once more. I think I've talked. I'll not go beyond this. And I'll just remind I remind all of us that let's all have active participation and let's give it our all so that we come up with something that tangible that will help you today and tomorrow and to the coming generation. Otherwise, thank you, Chief, and Waziri, feel welcome.
Thank you very much, Dolphin. I'm informed that the municipal manager would also want to say a word and welcome us to.
I am Fanny hivi tena. Asanteni sana. My name is Sigara Gumba once more, Municipal Manager UGIS. I take this opportunity to also, now when the Chief Officer, our senior, is still on feet, just to welcome Waziri Dr. Lo and Waziri Sara, all the direct Chief Officer, Directors, and everyone to UGIS Municipality. UGIS is now municipal since last year, January 2023. Her Excellency the Governor did confer as a charter, and we are moving on very well. We thank you, the stakeholders of UGIS, on behalf of the board of UGIS Municipality. I pass their greetings to you as a people. And while we are moving forward, being here, take it a place of choice, very desirable and livable for you. Even as we'll be conversing on a number of issues that can take us forward as a county and also on the urban context, let us see into it that we do it very, very productively moving forward. I just wanted to express the agenda and the gratitude of the UGIS people on their behalf for those who are not here, to showcase that you are really most welcome to UGIS. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, the manager. Let me greet you once more again, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. To our organizers, our CCA members, and the directors that have come. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a very good initiative, and we must thank our partners for having volunteered to bring the youth together so that we can determine the destiny of this nation. It reminds me of the days when I was a youth, and I always tell the youth that you are the most important generation that can never be ignored. The youth play a very important role in the social and political development of the nation. They are also very vital in decision making. Just recently, when the Gen Zs were on the streets. And I was with my son, who by then was a Gen Z, and told him, Daddy, this thing we must go to the streets. And I was telling him that this thing that you are now doing, we are the ones that initiated it in the year 1991, around 92. And we are the first people that brought the second revolution of multipartyism. At that particular point, nobody would dare the government to say anything that was negative about the government. You know, right now you can say the government is bad, Ruto is bad, Ruto is good, or whatever. It is just because of the liberation that we brought at that particular point. At that particular time, we were the only people who would brave Moi's government, the youth. I think I was a first year or a second year by that time. And by 9 in the morning, the government told us, do not dare to go to Kamkui. But by 9 in the morning, we were already seated there and we told the government, come and kill all of us. So the only people that could be used at that particular time are the youth. So the freedom that we enjoy today were brought by the youth. I think Dr. Luke probably may understand what I'm talking about because he had just joined at Kenyatta University by that time. And I was just 1 year ahead of him. So in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is that do not underrate yourself as the youth. You have a lot of role to play in the destiny of this nation. And that is what has brought us together so that we talk together and we find a way forward for the betterment of this country and the county at large. I want to introduce, I want to call the Brother Japheth maybe to make a remark on what has brought us here, and maybe then we take from there. May God bless all of you.
Please can we clap for Chief? Waziri, good morning and welcome to this gathering. So tunaweza watu maneno kidogo which are already well. Yeah. Waziri's 2022 as IDF, we had very important activities, one for the youth and for the women. In partnership with the State Department of Youth Affairs, Madam Electoral Power, we gathered 2 youths each from our ward, that were 80 youths in 2022. And you can remember that was during the electioneering period. We gathered at Kabunde Social Hall and developed a manifesto. The manifesto had a lot of issues which touched the youth, and it went further to each sub-county. The same year 2022, we also brought 300 women at Kabunde Social Hall, when it was also the electioneering period. And you can remember those days, women were highly in verbal violence. And we saw the need of bringing the women together. And for those people who still remember the occasion, we brought in Mama Fides here, at least to talk with the women. But for today, we are bringing youth back again. Because after developing that manifesto, some of the priorities which were identified were mainstreamed in the CDP 2023-2027. We are here today to assess how has the county government of HOMABAY is implementing the youth programs. How are they adhering with the youth program? So we hired a personnel who did a budget brief, which we have gone through here. We have seen the achievements by the HOMABAY County, and here we are focusing on 7 SDGs. We are focusing on SDG 2, that is on agriculture, hunger. We are focusing on SDG 3 on health. We are focusing on SDG 4, education, but we'll be focusing more on the VTCs and the scholarships. We are focusing on SDG 6 on clean water and sanitation. We are focusing on SDG 9 on innovation, that is the ICT and infrastructure. We are focusing on SDG 13, that is on climate change. And finally, the SDG 16, that is on peace and justice and governance. So your presence here feels categorically in those SDGs. I know for gender is under SDG 5, but it is cross-cutting in all SDGs. SDG 13 is now a hot cake, and even most of the youths do not know how to participate on issues of climate change and also even implementation. So this is the forum we have today, and at the end of this forum, the climax part of it, we shall again develop priorities to be included in the 2025-2026 Annual Development Plan, and also come up with a memorandum which will back all those activities. In brief, that is what we want to do here. With these selected youths, 20 per each sub-county. Here we have 4 sub-counties. We have Retono East, we have Retono South, Retono North, and Rangwe sub-counties. Please feel welcome, be comfortable, and share more with this generation. And this is the first county which is having a formal discussion with youth since the issues of DND started. Thank you so much and welcome. Thank you.
Why don't you give him a clap? I now want to invite my CCM, Madam Sarah Malet, maybe to take over the program and proceed with it from there.
To my colleague CCM, Dr. Lo, my teaching officers, our partners, the youth, good morning. Good morning once again. Youth power. Oh, I'm not having youth here. Isn't this a youth function? Youth power. Hey, I was in such an event sometime early in the year in Kisumu. Tell us you were with you. It was a really youth event. But I'm also seeing a really youth event here. I want to say that we are really elated to have you as our youths. And I think such event has taken long before we head it in HOMABAY County. But we are happy that it is happening. Since Her Excellency the Governor took the office, and you know her passion with the youth, we've been devising a way on how to bring our youth together and how to empower our youth. Before I continue my speech, I want you people to receive greetings from Her Excellency the Governor. Our Governor Gladys Atieno Nyasuna Wanga. How many of you receive our greetings? Great. Because of commitments that were unavoidable, she was supposed to be the one gracing this occasion. But we are here, not only me and Dr. Lo, other of my colleagues are coming to talk to you, if time will allow them. So as the Department of Youth, I want to say that we embrace the youth in HOMABAY. And you people must know that we form the greatest percentage of the population of HOMABAY County. 75% of HOMABAY County population is youth. It means that if major decisions are to be made in HOMABAY County, then it must be influenced by the youth. So you people must know the critical part that you're really playing in the development issues of HOMABAY County. We need the youth voice in all our decisions. And that is why, as a county, we initiated the public participation model. The model that brings the youth together, the women together, the adults and the old, and even the voices of the children. So that during major decision-making processes, our youth are involved. And I'm very sure most of you here were involved when we were making our CIBP, weren't you? How many of you were involved? Or at least followed that process? How many of you followed? Yeah, I'm seeing quite a number. And if you are really concerned about our county and concerned about the development of the youth, then you should be following what the county is doing. When our CIDP was being developed, we brought our youth on board so that we could get ideas from you. When we were making our ADP, our youth were involved. Our PWDs were involved. Why were we doing this? So that the youth could tell us what we really want as the youth, not as HOMABAY County, but as youth in HOMABAY County. And therefore, public participation is one of our greatest strengths in HOMABAY County, and that is where you and me should really participate to make sure that what we need as youth is put in the county development plans. The Department of Youth has got the duty to create engagement forums for the youth like we're doing now. And we have the dream to empower our youths. And that is why we've got in our ADP programs to create what is called a youth grant. A grant where our youth who have got skills in various trades can plug for financial support. This has not been in place, but I know great milestones have been done through the Directorate of Youth that is headed by Silas Ramba here to bring up a policy on youth empowerment so that we can be able to implement the monies that belong to the youth. Without a policy, we cannot implement such. But our youth policy will be up and running in the next 3 months. Can you clap for that? And the stakeholders, I know some of you are participated in the draft. We'll soon call some of you for the validation of the same, and then we'll call for public participation so that the policy that we're developing is also having inputs from the youth. Isn't that right? Yeah, so the policy will enable us to implement the youth programs following all the legal requirements. The Department of Youth have got an initiative to create ICT hubs across all our sub-counties, at least one ICT hub. Because I know youth, apart from the power and the strength that you have now the digital information. Most of us are not in the Gen Zs. Maybe we are in Gen X. Yeah, so the digital information that you people have should not be put to waste. Today, youth tell us we don't want jobs from you. Why? Because they can get jobs online. But if I may ask today, how many of you are earning like maybe 1,000 per month through online jobs? How many? Just by a show of hands. Yeah, particular for him. That is the way to go. We have the Gen Zs on the street saying that we don't want the jobs. We know how to make money. How would they make the money? Through the online jobs. But here we are in HOMABAY, seated here with our youths, who are all have Android phones, who all know how to use laptops and computers. But today, if I ask how many of you can earn money through online jobs, I can only get 1 or 2 hands in this whole congregation. It therefore means that we lack information, even as the youth. Even as we are fighting for what we want that belongs to us, there is a big whole world before us that we've not exploited, especially the IT space. So as youth, I think if we lack that information, then it might call upon me as the head of the Department of Youth to create sensitization programs. It might force me to call youth from Nairobi or youth from Mombasa who are benefiting through online jobs to sensitize my youth in HOMABAY to know how to utilize what they have in their hands that they are calling the digital platform. It is true that there are jobs online, but our people don't know how to get the jobs or how to access. Youth, you have limited potential. You have the energy and you have the intellect. And your dream is also endless. So, as the Waziri for Youth, I only have one challenge for us. That we are free to dream as big as we can. But the moment we don't put our dream into action, then it will be a dead dream. And you must remember that youth is also elusive. Youth passes, that stage goes. With the tickling of the hour, and your age does what? Increases. And all of us know that with the increment in our age, our potential also does what? Decreases. So this is your youthful time. This is the moment. If youth are boasting for jobs online, you should also be boasting with them. But at least I'm sitting at the comfort of our home, but I'm earning 30,000 per month, I'm earning 40,000 per month through my phone. This is what we've not exploited, but as a department we are committed to create the digital hubs so that we can even bring peer-to-peer education. We call youth from across our counties, and then we learn from each other what they're doing, what is it that they're doing to enable them earn. Apart from the digital hubs, I know we have youth that are trained in various trades. And some of us have got degrees. I also know you can have youth that have got masters but they don't have jobs. You shouldn't sit down to wait for a job, or you shouldn't be waking up in the morning to press your shirts and trousers to go and knock doors to look for jobs. This is not the time to look for jobs, and this is not the time to choose a job. Agriculture is one area that our youth lose. We lose agriculture. When we go out there to form cooperatives for agriculture, we are met by old men, very old men. Youth are very few because youth fear dirtying their fingers. It is a challenge to us because we know agriculture is the backbone of our county and the backbone of our country at large. I think a change of mindset is required here. The county government of HOMABAY is really committed in provision of health care through the improvement of our facilities and provision of drugs and provision of counseling services. We might not be reaching all of us at door to door, but at least you can access medical services at some particular facility, because the journey is long, but we are in the journey, and we've really started with great momentum. So on health issues, as a country we are challenged with issues on triple threat. The triple threat is teen pregnancies and early marriages, new HIV infections, and SGBV. This is not just a county problem, but it is all of us problem. It is not just a government problem. It goes to individual levels. How do we ensure that our young ones thrive in a safe environment? The government will play a part by initiating programs through healthcare services, through mentorship programs that our government has initiated in the schools and outside schools, through community engagement and community dialogue. But I think it goes beyond that. It goes to individual levels. And I think youths, because we're the ones that are greatly hit, we should be the champions in this fight. Because you are educated. Our parents struggle to get school fees for you. You go to colleges, and then most of our youths just go away like that because they are infected by HIV and AIDS, they are stigmatized, they don't want to reach out there for ARVs, and then we lose very potential individuals because of lack of information. So healthcare is an issue that we are committed to, and that is why you see us developing so many strategies to reach our people. We even have our mobile clinic coming down every time we have events. The government of HOMABAY has sponsored orphans and vulnerable kids through our Fins to Swim program. These are our youths that are in school. And 596 students are sponsored in this program. These are students that the government, through Her Excellency, is paying their school fee, their tuition fee, their pocket money, their shopping, everything plus their fare. And the county government is committed to see them through the education from high school to the university level. Apart from that, we know we have youths that cannot go to the universities. We have youths that did not manage to achieve the university grade. And the government has initiated, the county government has initiated the Fundi Mangula program, where 600 of our youths have been taken, 15 from each ward. And today we have 600 of our youths in our various TVETs as an initiative to empower our youth, to enable them acquire basic skills in trade. These skills will not only enable them to access jobs and empowerment, but after that, the county government will also kit them. All of them that will be graduating from the TVETs will be given trade kits, something that will enable them to start their own businesses, so that we not only bring up our youths to be intellectuals, but also job creators. We don't want you people to be job seekers, but also job creators. So the Fundimangula strategy of HOMABAY County is making sure that our youth get the skills and they are kitted and they go out there to be job creators and not job seekers. The county government has created pathways for job shadowing, where our youth in our major institutions, especially in Tom Mboya, because it's our major institution in HOMABAY County, when they want attachment areas, we absorb some of them in our department for job shadowing, just to have the experience of work. So apart from that, I know my colleague will talk on the other SDGs that I have not mentioned. Women empowerment is core, is very core in our development agenda. And without policies, again, we cannot implement that. So the county government of HOMABAY has developed one, the SGBB policy, and two, we've also developed the women empowerment policy, even though it is only within the municipalities. I think settlers, we should work with our partners so that the women empowerment policy, UN chief, is developed to cover all the women within the county. Otherwise, we are very committed to make sure that our young women, who are the youths, are also empowered. We are going to have a women empowerment grant once this policy is in place. I want to challenge us that as you people are going to continue with this dialogue, with this discussion, remember that you have the potential, and your potential is endless. Your potential is endless. The space is open for all of us. One thing I want to remind us, our youth fear starting small. The youth fear starting small. All of us that you see standing before you here today, just us, We all started small, very small, very small. We started, some of us started selling water, just this bottle of water that is before you. And then we graduated, we became salespeople. Selling policies. And then we started engaging with the community. And the more you meet people, the more you connect, the more your work is increasing, the more opportunities open up. So don't fear starting small, whether it is in agriculture, whether it is in trade. Don't fear starting small. Because our resources are limited. In as much as we are discussing this, we need your voices because they are very critical in decision making. We want your voices. But the resources are limited. So as youth, I want you people to enjoy your youth. Enjoy your youth, enjoy the energy, because you will miss it very soon. As time tackles, your age increases, you join our age group. Youth will fade away, and you will be an adult. You'll want to raise a family, to bring up children. The youth will have gone. So start. Enjoy your youth, but start. Because the Bible says that everything that you do shall be brought to judgment. If you waste your youthful moments, these are the most productive years of your life, then you will only be regretting, but they will not come back again. Friends, I want to stop there. I have another engagement that might not allow me to stay with you. I wish I could stay here to just get your voices as you discuss this through the panelists and our moderators, but I'm to represent Her Excellency in another function just like this one. But my office is all here, my chief officers, my directors are here, our media team is here, plus Uraya. Uraya, I want to thank you so much for bringing this together. I know you've worked with us, with our youth, for over 20 years in HOMABAY County. We are not just counting the years, but we're also counting the progress. And also, we also want to know that you face challenges through the journey. But your commitment has stood, and today you have brought this together. Let this be the beginning of a walk that we are going to walk with these youths. Let it not be once or twice. We want sessions like this throughout the county and within very close intervals, so that our youth are engaged. We get to sensitize each other. We get to meet our peers, to discuss, and to also encourage each other to start. So allow me to conclude by saying that we are committed as a government. But the government alone is not able to meet all our demands. So let us team up together, stand as individuals, stand as groups, and let us work together for the development of our county, the county of HOMABAY, the county of endless potential. And with those many remarks, allow me to declare this meeting open. And then I'm going to call my colleague, Dr. Lo, who will just be doing his introductory remarks, but he will remain behind for some time to handle issues on environment, climate change, and all that with the youth. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Waziri. I see you want to confine me here. Very difficult. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, my name is Dr. Lo Josh. I'm raised and bred in this town. When I was growing up in the 70s, early 80s, we used to graze animals from here. My home is about 3 kilometers from here. and we trek across to take animals to go and drink water from the other end. I've been privileged to enjoy interacting with the youth for about 27 years because I was a high school teacher for a very long time. I think for 22 years, God gave me the opportunity to be a principal. And so in my daily interaction, I got an opportunity to blend so well with the youth. So when I was told that you're having a meeting, I thought that's a good meeting to attend, regardless of my busy schedule. I also have youth, though two are adults. Because my last one, I think, is still at the age of a teenager. At the age of 17, I think she's still young enough to be a youth. I'm in charge of water, irrigation, sanitation, environment, energy, forestry, and climate change. I'll be able to talk about a few areas of the SDG. Allow me to begin by saying that this life is transient. The life that we live today is not permanent. So we are not here forever. And that informs the reason why, as a young man, you're supposed to give in your best in what you can do and empty yourself. Some people have said that the graves have the best brains. If the brains that are in certain graves would just be opened, then you and me know about Miles Monroe, a man who inspired many people. A man who, when he died, so many people felt that was not the right time for him to die. And if you ever listen to him, really, you'd be so nostalgic about his discourse, especially as far as shaping the change of mindset and humanity is concerned. And for those who are Bible scholars like me, you would also remember about this young man who was just grazing animals at a very tender age. He was grazing animals, he was just a mere shepherd called David, and not known by anybody. His place was just in the field. But there was a Goliath those days, like the Goliath that we have today. Because one of the Goliaths that we have today that has brought shame in Africa is poverty. The other Goliath that has become very difficult for us to defeat is corruption. Another Goliath that is a cancer to this country is negative ethnicity and nepotism. So David, a young man who is just grazing animals, is inspired by God when he discovers that there is somebody who had brought shame to his kinsmen, to his clan, to his people. So he got concerned. And he decided to go and join the war. But the Bible says that when he moved closer, his older siblings told him, "What they are bringing you here?" They despised him, just like they despised Joseph. So he looked at the gigantic Goliath, the way we look at nepotism, corruption, and we ask ourselves, are we able to defeat this giant? So David, he moves closer. And I think he also discovered that life was not permanent, so that you defend it so much. There are times you make sacrifices and you say, whatever comes my way, I can now let go, even if it means letting go your life. So when he moved closer, he saw a big man. Looking at how the giant was, I need a toddler to demonstrate that. So ordinarily, when we are confronted by giants, the first thing that grips us is fear. You definitely feel some fear in you. That can I do? And how many voices of discouragement do you get in a day? Vis-a-vis the voices of encouragement. As a person, I receive more voices of discouragement than encouragement. Even this morning, the reason I came late was Waziri Grace told me to be here at 9. People who are suffering and need help. A young man who's supposed to join the university, has no fees, he struggled. He was educated by a kind-hearted principal and he scored grade A-. And now he's supposed to join Dedan Kimathi University. He can't go. I looked at the mother when the mother came to my home. I said, I don't need to ask any more questions. This is a needy case. So when she started narrating how deal, now the son managed to reach where she was, sometimes you feel like breaking. But this young man has a sibling at the university who has struggled to go up to 3rd year and is now moving to 4th year. And the landlord closed his house. He could not access the house. And he had to commute, sometimes trekking to Kisii to go and write an exam. Just think about it. Trekking from here to go and write an exam. Now the mother comes with 2 people in my home, very early in the morning. If it were you, what would you do? Would you send her to go away? Would you tell her, God bless you, God will open a door? Maybe you are the one that God has led her to. The solution is with you. And I was just looking at our youth today. If all of us are willing to empty ourselves, the way David emptied himself, when you read Acts chapter 13, verse 36, the Bible says, and David having served the purposes of God in his generation. Each and every one of us, youth, there is a seed of greatness in you. A seed of greatness. Everybody is born with a seed of greatness. And I'm going to do my personal self-disclosure so that you understand that there is a seed of greatness in you. When I grew up, during our days, there were about 4 categories of schools. 4 or 3. There were national schools, provincial schools, district schools, and Harambee schools. They were 4. So if you excelled exemplarily, you'd be selected to a national school. If you are almost exceeding expectation, you'll get a chance to be selected to a provincial school. If you perform averagely, you go to a district school. If you failed and you still wanted to continue your studies, you go to Harambee school. And Harambee school, because that's where I learned. I'm coming to tell you that that's where I began from, not because I failed. Twice because my home is just behind the Agorosari High School. I wanted to join Agorosari High School because the inspiration was, I would go and join how they were playing during games time in the evening, and I see the Form 5 and 6 students putting on nice blazers, and they were in a very nice, they were very smart. You'd think that they're teachers. But Form 1 to 4 were putting on the trousers. So I said, this is the school I need to come and learn it. The first time I did my primary exam, I was selected to that school. And that school is built in the land of my great-grandfather. And you know, that time, I didn't get fees. So I didn't manage. I was told, go back and repeat. That's why for 22 years, when I was the principal, I encouraged those who are slow learners to repeat. And I would give myself as an example and tell them, nobody will ever die because of repeating, but you need to get your grades. Today, we have a big problem in this country because there are students who have been given grades that are not theirs. They are selected to do certain courses in the university. They keep on changing because they cannot cope. And finally, when they find they cannot, they venture into drugs and substance abuse. They become unruly. Then they are expelled from the university and they become useless in the village. That is something that made me to be very unpopular as a principal for 22 years. Because I would not accept to give somebody what you don't deserve. So the second time I did the exam, I was selected again to Agorosari High School. And I went. You know, my mother was selling porridge in this town. And I looked at what she would get in a day, on a Friday and Tuesday. It was not much to educate us and take care of all of us. And you know, as young people, you know, those days, our people didn't know about family planning. So if you went to school, like I went to school in 1976, then my mother gave birth to my follow, and so I was told, go back and take care of my follow. So I got back to take care of my follow for another 1 year. Then, after 2 years, she has given birth again. You go back to take care of your follow. So you will not determine when you will clear school. Because, again, not many people are concerned about clearing school. We were not so much inspired about it. So when the time came and I now needed to continue my schooling, I went to Agorosari, and the headmaster then, those days they were not principals, during our time we were called principals, those days they were headmasters. The headmaster then, the school was buying a lorry, we called them school buses. Those days they were charcoal carriers. The Luos called them chakla. It was charcoal carrier. So the school was buying a charcoal carrier, KY something, and every student was to pay 275 shillings. And my parents couldn't raise that. And the headmaster just chased us away. So when we went back home, parents were saying, why can't he go and do carpentry? Another one saying, why can't he go and do an apprenticeship kind of mechanism? And there were so many options. Another one, why can't he do masonry? Just, you know, masonry where you learn through apprenticeship. You go carry stones and then somebody's training you on how to go about it. Then one sober mind said, we have 2 private schools across here. This school has been there for years. After my high school, I taught there as a UT. This one here, Oyugi Secondary School. It was being run by his former MP, but at that time he was not an MP. So he said, why can't he go to Oyugi Secondary School? But from our village, those who went there never did well. Then they said, there is an Arambe school. Let's take him to an Arambe school. So the Arambe school where I went to, the office was just a 10 by 10 Mabati structure, and the only teacher was the headmaster. And the headmaster was an S1. S1 means secondary 1. Secondary 1 are those who went up to Form 4, went and trained to be primary teachers, then they have been upgraded because of their years of experience. So they don't even know what to teach in secondary school. But somehow they'll find what to keep the students busy. So that's where I found myself in. I remember the first time I saw a test tube was when we were going to do our Form 4 exams. And the syllabus for Form 4, for Form 3, was cleared on a Friday when we were going to do our exam, national exam, on a Monday. I'm building up on the seed of greatness for everybody that God has created under the earth, so that you should not feel low self-esteem. You can do it if you want. But to cut the long story short, because I don't want to tell you all the stories, to take me a very long time to tell you all the paths that I've gone through. So today, as you see me here, I have a bachelor's degree. Eli said, in the early 90s, I learned in Kenyatta University. Then I have a second degree. Then I have a third degree, PhD in education. But remember, I went to an Harambee school, but my wife is a graduate of Kenya High, a national school. You see, me, I went to an Harambee school, but now the seed of greatness in me attracted a lady from a national school. That's the one who is the mother of my children. So if you despise yourself in this town, before I joined the university, I would do certain odd jobs, including ferrying firewood on a wheelbarrow when somebody had just opened a bakery shop here in the early 90s, late 80s. And I would ferry those firewood there and I get a few coins. Then I would not ask my parent for pocket money. I just wanted to charge you that when God has given you two hands, God has given you health, God has given you something to do, don't despise whatever little you do. Because the challenge we are facing with the youth today is that we are not ready to make sacrifices the way David made sacrifice. David had to make a sacrifice to go and bring down Goliath. We are looking at a lot of money. I was talking to some young professionals from my church. They are people of age. They are earning, but they are not satisfied with what they are earning. So you know what they were saying? When you tell them, now you're of age, as when we cleared the university, now the next thing you wanted is just to settle in marriage and raise a family. I'm told Gen Zs don't want to marry. Marriage is a burden to them. They don't want to marry. I'm telling you because of what I've experienced. Because these young professionals, you know what they were telling me? That you know what is the lady bringing on table? Has she bought a house? What type of a vehicle is he driving? Then the lady is asking, has the man built a mansion? But they will tell you that in terms of homeostasis, a good percentage of our body is all water. So you need to provide water to the people so that they build resilience. So as people of HOMABAY, we did a baseline survey in 2022 when I got an opportunity to serve as the CECM for water. What did we discover? That though we are closer to the lake, but very far from clean and adequate water as enshrined in the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Because the Constitution gives the mandate to the government to provide clean and adequate, clean, safe and adequate water to the people. But for us in HOMABAY, we discovered that you need to travel for up to 7 kilometers in our rural locales to access clean and adequate water. When I talk about clean and adequate water, it is this type of water that you can drink when your conscience is clear that this is clean water. But if you go to the lake, would you drink that water and believe it is clean? You would be fearful about waterborne diseases, even our rivers. So then what we did, ideally, is now to provide a water project in every ward at a cost of 3.5 kilometers, 0.5 million. And how many wards do we have? 40. So that is 140 million invested in water alone to build resilience among the people. The other aspect to mitigate against matters climate change is forestry. And what we have done, we have decided to, we sent an advert for expression of interest, and we have captured 80 tree nursery youth groups, 2 per ward, that we are going to give 150,000 each so that they can improve on their tree nursery. That's a total of 12 million. Then we are investing about 50 million on agriculture for food security. That is what the county government of HOMABAY is doing as far as the SDG number 13 is concerned. SDG number 6 now goes together with it. In our ward-based committees, we have wards, we have water project in every ward. And what we are doing a borehole and solarizing. The owner of this hotel wanted to drill a borehole. I stopped it. And so what have we done? For the first time in the tenure of Her Excellency Gladys Wanga, last year, December, we ensured that we brought water all the way from Gotwire, where we have a bigger tank, and now there's a pipe just next to this hotel that has gone up to Kasimba Junction. So it means that we now have clean water in Oyugis, and the only challenge we are facing is that people are not connecting it at a high rate to avoid a lot of bats. Then we are also maintaining cleanliness within our urban areas. Like Oyugis as a contracted cleaner. The other municipalities, we have hired people who are cleaning them. And then, because of budgetary constraints, in urban setters where we are not able to get enough money, what we have done is on a monthly basis we pick on 2, whether it is Ringa and Chabera or whichever, and then we do a bit of cleaning. That is as far as water and sanitation is concerned, and we have come up with water and sanitation bill. Education, I don't want to talk about, but being a teacher, I would. Now, Ziri has already talked about it. What we are doing as a county government as far as promotion of education is concerned. What opportunities do we have for the youth? Already I've told you, under climate change, the tree nurseries, we are focusing on the youth and women. And that's why we invited expression of interest so that the youth can now seek for an opportunity. Then we give you 150,000, you do a tree nursery. When we advertise for projects like now we are having 80 water projects, we expect that the youths would also show their interest so that you are considered because there's a percentage that belongs to you. The challenge we have been facing of late is lack of seed capital. I know for a young man we gave, there's an eye center that was given, an eye classroom that was given to him. He's yet to begin, and that was in the year 2022-2023. from this ward, the ward where we are sitting. He was also given a water project just up here. He has not even started. And so we have had a problem. And anytime we interact, he's just dodging me like this. And yet the MCA wants the project completed so that people can begin enjoying the services. If I were you, we would form companies in groups, then you take some loans. If the project requires 2 million, then you move with speed and do it. And because we understand what you're going through, we can always make your payment a priority. Like now, Floka is running for 3 years. At the end of this year again, we'll be advertising for water projects. Why can't we have a few youths coming up and saying, this borehole, we're going to do at 3.2 million. And then the advantage with Floka funds is that we do an advert when the money is already there in fence. Even if you do just one project and you get 100,000, there is something you can do with 100,000. So my appeal to you, build a synergy so that you don't work in silos. You can be a group of 5 or so, and that will take you far. I don't think I need to give a very long speech because this is not my function. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to come and address you. And as I've said, each and every one of us as a seed of greatness, we can go far. Don't despise yourself. Don't feel low self-esteem because you have not gotten a job. Now we have to provide a solution, and the solution is with you. You're the ones who have the solution. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Waziri. As he said from the beginning, that he's a teacher by profession. Okay? In fact, hata hii muda imemkata. Simuona kama imemkata. So I think we should arrange for a one-day session with the mwalimu so that you can get the wealth of information that he has.
Habari zenu? Mwalimu? What time? We shall manage that time. We shall manage that time. I know sukari imeenda juu kidogo, si ndio? Imeenda wapi? Imeenda chini ama juu? Chini. That one we are controlling that one. And I can remember so many people were telling us, please bring them. And you have brought them. You have had them. But still they are here with us. And I've been receiving messages here. For about 5 minutes, people wanted to ask Waziri Madam some questions. But here I only give 3 questions because most of the work will be going to the panelists. So if you have a burning question to Madam for gender, before she goes, any question, burning question, please raise your hand. Yes, I'm seeing back. Another person? I want, yes, 2. I wanted only 3. Now can we have gender? Okay, I promise you the next of the sessions will be moderated well, the way it is. And for now, this was special forum, special session for our leaders also to talk to you people. So question number 1. Question number 1, do we have another microphone?
Yes.
But please go direct to the question. Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. I do introduce myself. I'm Philip Okech from Ratwana North, former Secretary General of HOMABAY University Students Association. So, mine is about some programs that were started by the governor First was the mentorship. If I lack information or maybe I'm not familiar with the mentorship that I've been done, you will forgive me. But I attended the launch of the governor mentorship program at HOMABAY. It was from Nairobi. That was date 19th Feb. So going forward, we've not seen the program being done. It was launched, but it is not there. I'm sorry if I'm wrong. Then two is an acknowledgement of the good work of the governor, the Fundi Mangula, and there was a bill that was passed by the county assembly that she signed for paperless application of bursaries by the students in higher institutions of higher learning. So we would like that going forward, that should be done. Then on climate change, what we've, the problem we've been facing in the country, even in the country at large, is the involvement of the locals. So the Waziri for Climate, if I'm not wrong, kindly, in your draft for climate change, ensure that you include the locals, because when we go there and plant trees, we won't go there every day, but the locals will be there with the trees. Yeah, thanks. That's the only thing I have.
Thank you. Yeah. Pass the microphone there to you.
Yes. Thank you, Waziri. Greetings. My name is Steve Juma, quick one. I know your department is working hard in handling issues of triple threats. However, there seems to be a disconnect between the gender department and health. Because talking about triple threat, most of the times I don't see Department of Health taking key action alongside your team. I'm aware even currently there is a mentorship in Waondo. So I don't know if you can be able to help us address that, because each and every time issues of teenage pregnancy, issues of SGBV and HIV come along with services, but there is
there. And that is where when we go out there to reach out with triple threat messages, we always go with the health team. And we go with the Beyond Zero van. It's always with us to tackle issues of health, testing, and counseling. And when we have events next to a health facility, we will always call on board the staff from the nearby health facilities. That is how we've worked, and I think there is no disconnect. And even today, I know there is a function at Waondo where the gender and health team are all there. So the county is working in harmony, and all these departments somehow are interrelated. So there is no disconnect. I think I've answered all our questions. The person was talking about youth-only programs. We have male engagement, especially on triple threat, where we don't involve women. We only call the male youth and male adults to dialogue sessions within the communities. So the men are not left behind. The women are not left behind. The children are not left behind. PWDs are not left behind, because even the elderly are not left behind. The county has got an elders council that handles all our issues related to our culture, to our elders, to our widows, and any conflict that might arise on land and all that. So there are structures in place. Maybe for more information, I just want to encourage the youth to visit our various departments. All information is there. If you don't get me as Waziri, you'll get my directors, you'll get my chief officers. And our doors are always open. Thank you. For those of you who don't know my name is Malit Sarah. I'm the CCM in charge of youth, gender, sports and talent development, culture, and social services. Thank you. I want to beg to leave because of time. If there arises any other question on gender or social services, my team is still here. So I'll call on the floor Dr. Lo to answer his questions. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our HOMABAY Climate Change Act of 2022 envisaged that the World Climate Change Committees will be drawn from the village. And that indeed is what we have on the ground. And we are repealing this act to align itself with the one for national government. And I've listened to what the member is concerned about, one of us here, involvement of locals. Really, this is why it is called FLOCA. We want to involve the locals on matters of climate change. So I believe that we may need to look at the new act that we are working on and see the areas that we need to adjust on. But to the best of my knowledge, the World Climate Change Committees are members within that ward. We don't have somebody crossing from another ward to be a member of World Climate Change Committee of another one. Another concern is the money we are supposed to give for the those who are the proprietors of tree nurseries. They have been going through training. You know, when you give somebody money without training, they may not know what exactly we intend to be done with the money. So already they have been trained. They have been trained on milestones that they need to work on. And I think very soon now, my director, Climate Change, Roy, is here. Roy, you can stand and wait. Very soon we are now just going to book a date with the governor when our calendar allows, so that we are able to draw the checks and we give to these particular nurseries that were identified. Now that is money for last financial year. We are going to give it to you. This financial year will have its own money again. We only feel that it should not be repetitive, that you give the same tree nursery money, because I am aware that there are many other tree nurseries. So Roy, what you take note of, if we have given a grant, because this is a grant, it is not a loan that you repay. We expect you to bring up good seedlings that we're able to pick from you and plant within that ward. Like if you are coming from West Kamagak ward where I am, the forest is so much affected. So we want to use those to plant there and even in the local schools. So going forward now for this financial year, they have to identify again those particular tree nursery groups that may not have been considered in the first milestone. Thank you.
Can we give a round of applause for those two? I think you are satisfied, but I know more questions are coming. Just adhere to us, because I've told you that in most of the counties, they're trying to have such an engagement, which is very, very difficult. I know 3 counties. Yesterday, one was cancelled in Migori of the same name, because even Waziris did not want even to appear. But here in county government, you are seeing the government has come to talk to you people. That one is a very unique opportunity. And that's why we had to give them time to give us more and more and more. For now, we are breaking for 10 o'clock tea, and we might want order for this one. I don't know, it is noon, isn't it? And such events to make are very difficult. That's why we say adhere to us. You might want even to moderate it at the standard, but kitu inaweza inaenda hivi. So just adhere with that, we are within the time, because tunamaliza saa 9. When we come back, our Waziri for Governance is with us here. This is her own day. She's with us. The two are going somewhere. When we go for tea and come back, we shall go direct to the panelists. And I know within 1 hour, 2 hours, even Basanani tutakuwa tumemaliza. So how long do you want to take tea? It is public participation. Huh? 1 hour. Sasa hapo ulikuwa umekuja kujaza. 30 minutes will be okay, isn't it? So we shall go orderly, take tea. When we are taking tea, think of the questions. I know there are a lot of questions here. So when you come back, I think we shall discuss all these. May God bless our tea in Jesus' name. Amen.
wewe. Where's Steve? Okay. Oh, hata siko na kuona. You want to mark, eh? Hebu angalia kando yako kama mwenzako amefika. So that we move and beat the time. We are quorum, sio? We can start, eh? Oh, that's different. But where's Roy? Roy is supposed to be on this panel. Okay, before our panel is full house, I want to say that by the time Waziri was on his feet, that is Waziri Dr. Lo, we were again joined by another high-power delegation from the government. I think our partners who are here would agree that this activity has been honored by the government in its entirety. The governor was supposed to be here, but you can see the government is here. Okay? So we're joined by the Chief Officer for Agriculture, who is here. So again, the other government officers who joined together with them. So I'll give them a few minutes just to say their names and their jurisdictions very fast. So I'll start here. These are the...
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Perez Okello, Deputy Director, Stakeholder Management in Education. Thank you.
Umesikia? Umesikia? Amesema yeye ni Deputy Director ya ile amesikia Deputy Director for Education. Rudia, hawajasikia.
Perez Okello, Deputy Director, Stakeholder Management in Education.
Thank you very much. We have stakeholder management framework within our department. So she's in charge of stakeholder management in education. So the Deputy Director. Thank you.
Hi everyone. My name is Harriet Atieno from Department of Finance. I work as a senior economist.
She's a senior economist at the Department of Finance. Before we decide on how much money is going to the Department of Youth, she has to do a lot of mathematics. Okay? Then I'm here with another powerful lady most of you in the NGO world must be quite familiar with this face. She's now one of us. Karibu director.
Asante sana director. Vijana mpo sawa? Nimefurahi kuwa hapa. Mimi naitwa Zahra Hassan, Director Partnership and External Relations in the Department of Governance. Yes, of course we are in HOMABAY County. My colleague is here in the same department, Mboya. I'm sure you will introduce yourself. Yes.
Thank you very much, Zahra. I got it right. Eh? Yeah. So now we have our Chief Officer for Agriculture. The one who ensures that your stomachs are full. Okay? Chief. She also belongs around. Chief Salimia vijana.
Genzia. Maybe I need to turn so that you can see my face. I'm Judith Omok, Chief Officer for Agriculture, SDG number 2.
Thank you very much, Chief. Now, I think most of you must have heard that there are some departments in our government that have very long names. Can someone tell me Dr. Alo is the CC for what? You are the government employee. Can someone tell me? Kuna chai hapa, if you say full description of that department, unapewa chai hapa. So, you know what it means? Let us make this forum important to us. Rather, we must come out of this place with something. Sawa. Is equal to the story. Okay? You've taken a lot of time to be here. Yeah? It needs to pay. Okay? So you need to pick a lot of things from these presentations. Sawa. So allow me to welcome Waziri Grace from Governance. Waziri, these are your people. Atawasalimia, then we will have a robust session baadaye. Sawa?
Good afternoon. How's everybody? You're fine? Did everybody have tea? Excellent. So my name is Grace Mercy Osewe. The name of my department is easy. I'm the CECM for Governance, Administration, Communication, and Devolution. So in my department, we deal with matters of governance. We deal with issues around administration. If you know about admins, ward admins, sub-county admins, all those, we deal with partnerships, we deal with communication, and anything that involves service delivery in the devolved structures. I'm very happy to be here. I will be making some remarks later, but I wanted to leave you with something. I would like you to think about it as the panel is speaking and as we deliberate. So this is a message I receive very often from young people. I received one yesterday. It says, Mheshimiwa, can I get a little financial assistance? I'm having some constraints. This is from my youth. It says, I need to purchase fertilizers, feeds for my poultry, and some money for labor. Your support will be highly appreciated. I will leave it at that and we'll speak later. Thank you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, now is now the time. Waziri umetuacha tu hivi. Food for thought.
Yes.
And that one brings in the issue of priority. Before we go directly to the panelists, I'm inviting Mrs. Elector Parr, County State Director of Youth. She has been working with youth for a long time, and she's still a youth.
Oh, yes.
Yes, yeah.
Doubt me and ask me.
Yeah. Yes. Very, very specific how the national government is adhering to the national, the KYDP, the Kenya Youth National Development Policy, and link it with HOMABAY County also. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Excuse me, youth. I think I'll be a little bit different from everybody else who's been talking to you, because I deal with the youth and I understand the youth. Because the next thing I will take the phone from you and I'll keep it with me until I'm through. I need your attention. Yes, Manokoro and Machungani. I'm talking from the national Guinea. What we will agree upon, put your phones on silence, have your phone. If you must receive your phone, you're allowed to walk out and receive it. But for the time that you're going to be here, there was a reason that you were invited. Can you teach Mano Kenyal Biro, Todini Koyo apology, Todini Bedo Dala, Odini Dietijino? I've started the way it is. That is now Mrs. Opar. My name is Elector Opar. I come from the State Department of Youth Affairs, representing the national government in this place. My duty is very little in this place, and very small. As you can see, the place is covered by the county government. Sirikal Matiyo. That is the government Mubedo Kagi. They're all over. So what I'm going to tell you, I'm just going to speak a little bit, and then I will sit down, and they will take over. As I stand here, I was told to talk about the Kenya National Youth Policy. I think that is what draws all of us to this place. And I was so shocked when Ojijo stood here in the morning, because we came in very early, for those who came in the morning. And he was asked if any of you has ever interacted with the youth policy. And it shocked me so much when I realized that all of you sitting here, I think it was only one or two who carried up their hands that they've interacted with the youth policy. I believe as we sit here, very few of us are above 35 years. So as you sit here as a youth, what is the government doing for me? And when I talk about the government, I'm not talking about the national government. I talk about the two governments in place at this particular time. Samade County government is working for you. They must be drawing from something. Either it is the constitution or the policy. Mariude. If you've not interacted with that, then what have you really interacted with? Why am I talking like this? When the ministry was constituted in 2007, there was a national youth policy that was established. And I believe some of you must have interacted with that policy. After that, we all understand that after some years, that policy is supposed to be revised. In 2019, the revised youth policy came into place. And we understand when Ojijo was talking this morning, when Ajiji was talking this morning, actually, we've worked very closely with him on issues pertaining to youth in this county. I moved in 2020 as the county director for youth in this place. When I came in, one of my duties was to sensitize the youth on the youth policy, which I aggressively did. I went into the 8 sub-counties in this county. And some of you sitting here today looking at me, you are in those forums. That is okay. I have a soft copy. If you are interested, I will share that with you. The hard copies were very few when they came in. I shared with some of you who attended those meetings. But if you're interested in the soft copy, sometimes I try downloading it. I have it, I can share it with you so that you understand what that youth policy is all about. As I stand here to talk to you this afternoon, and to make it very short, I think within the next 5 minutes, I don't even want to because mine is just to enlighten you on some of the things. I will not talk about everything. I want mostly to go on the SDGs one discussed here today. So before I start talking, I want just to give some quote that was given by the former president, Franklin Roosevelt, who talked about the youth. And what did he say about the youth? He said something like this: you can always build the youth for the future. You can always build the youth for the future, but you cannot build the future for the youth. What we do in this place, we prepare you as a youth, that you can always work on your own future. Today, when you're demanding for those things, it's because you're building your own future. We cannot build the future for you. So that is what we do as a ministry. We try to build the youth for their own future so that you can forge your future yourselves. I'll not really put these things in the way that they appear to be here today. But in my conversation, you will pick which SDG that falls into. And to say that as we talk today, we've seen what is happening in technology. Technology is what moved this country to a place where it almost came to a halt. The phones that you have in your hands. The Gen Zs have moved to a point where they can use the technology that exists today to bring forth their conversation and to bring forth their points. Materially, if we are not calling you to public participation to say what you want, you will get it out there the way you know best, and that is through technology. Technology, I'm bringing in ICT. I know the government, the national government has done a lot on ICT. You've heard the president talk about the hubs that are there. You've heard about the, what are they called? These places where you can go and sit and do your, the ICT hubs, we understand what I'm talking about. So as a department or as a ministry, we have youth empowerment centers which the government has established in HOMABAY County and concentrate on HOMABAY County. HOMABAY, we have 5 youth empowerment centers. 3 of them are well refurbished and are equipped, where the youths can go in and do what it pertains to the youth. On top of that, not directly linked to my department, but we have Ajira digital officers who have been training the youth on Ajira, on ICT issues. And I know they've been going around even to train you on online jobs, which brings in a lot of money. Unfortunately, when we call youth to come for these activities, which are free of charge, and I'm talking about this because I'm aware of what happened in Rachel North, where we have a youth empowerment center. We invited the youth to come over so that they could be trained. It is a free training. I think for a whole week we had only 3 or 5 youth who turned up for that activity. So you will start telling me, that is for another day. I want to talk about Zero Hunger, where we've engaged youth on issues of, let me say, fisheries, and how do we bring them in fisheries. I don't work alone in this county. I have 8 sub-county officers, and I work very closely with the county government. We work very closely with Rabba and his office, who is a very close partner. And that is why I'm standing here today. We've been working together with an organization called ABDP, Aqua Business Development. They are doing a project, this is in fisheries. So what we've been doing as youth, the youth have been doing something on value chain on fisheries. We have youth who we've supported in this line through a program called KYOP, Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunity Project. We funded some youth, one of them being in Lusinga Highland. We gave 3.6 million to put up a cage, fish cage. She's doing very well. She's there. So I'm just giving you a flip chart of what the ministry is doing. Under the same program of, it's called Zero Hunger, we have youths who we've funded through the same program called KYOP. There's a youth doing a lot of cassava seed production. He was given 3.5 by the ministry. Right now, as late as last week, we gave him 1 million from Youth Fund that is boosting up this program. And what is he doing? Apart from just getting this money for himself, he's also employing other youth. And apart from this, he's also working on how do we conserve the environment and how we're talking about hunger. Food sustainability. These are some of the things that are being done by the youth. We also have youth who we've supported with 700,000. The monies I'm talking about, apart from the youth fund I've talked about alone, all these monies are grants. They are monies that are given to the youth and they don't bring back. You must prove to us that you can do something as pertaining the SDGs. And then we come in as a government and now we support your program. We follow you up, and for the youth you've heard that we've even given this youth another 1 million as a loan this time that is doing this. One thing we're talking about food security, we are talking about climate change, and we're talking about employability. Because you're sure that whatever he's doing, he cannot employ himself. He's employing others. And to bring something to our attention again about education. As I stand here, we deal with youth out of school. That is between 18 to 35 years. What has the government done? The government actually has programs that support this youth out of school. And that is why the government came in with a program in partnership with World Bank. Unfortunately, this program did not come to HOMABAY when I was here before I came in. KYOP was actually to train youth on skills, technical skills, whereby a youth is attached to a craftsman or other it's called apprenticeship. We're talking of like a mechanic. If a youth cannot go to school, but he has those skills and is interested in it, the government picks you up, they attach you to somebody who can train you on this. As you go through this, you are paid because we expect you to be attending the school, and sometimes you come from a background where you cannot afford, and maybe that is why you never went to school. So we make sure that we give you a stipend of 6,000 shillings, and every person who takes you to train you is also paid. And after that, you are taken through NITA to do a course. You must do a test, trade test course. Because we believe that training you and leaving you like that will not help you. You must get a certificate that is going to carry you through. So through this, a new program is coming in because this one has been wound up. This was a program that was only in 17 counties. Right now we want it to go to all the 47 counties in Kenya. So HOMABAY is going to benefit from it. And I know before December, you are going to be told about it. So just keep your ears open, your eyes open. Check on our website on how you're going to enroll and get into it. The program itself is called NYOTA. NYOTA, that is National Youth Opportunities. It's called, let me just get the full. This should start for, it is National Youth Opportunities Towards an Advancement. NYOTA. NYOTA is being rolled out very soon. It's going to be in the all 47 counties. This is a place where youth who have not gone through school beyond, do not even have any skills, can go through it. What I realized as I was running this program in Nairobi, we realized that most of the university students who have not been employed, they decided to come and enroll into this program. Why? Because here you are given a technical training. You realize that right now there are no jobs. So if you say that you're going to wait and apply for a white-collar job, it might not come your way. But sometimes out of the talent that you have, you might want to develop your skill. And this one, there's also the component of individual loans. If you're coming in, but if you're coming in as a group, as an individual, then we'll ask you for a collateral. And that is why sometimes you find it a little bit tedious. With those many remarks, I really don't know what I want to talk about again. I want to talk about governance and good governance. The ministry established the National Youth Council. I don't know whether you've heard of it, the NYC. Some years back, NYC was a very vibrant thing that existed in this county. And I want to tell you, by then I was working in Kibra. And I know we worked with him very closely. Mani Yuda. We worked very closely when I worked in Nairobi. He's one of the best people that I worked with in Nairobi. They supported my programs when I was in Nairobi. So in Nairobi, I supported the youth on this National Youth Council. And I'm proud every time I stand up, I tell people that Ken Okoth, and they can vouch for it, Ken Okoth was one of my youth. We sat down as youths and we encouraged ourselves. And we told ourselves, actually, that is how these people were born, were built up as politicians. Sigar is a very serious politician. If you people don't know, I know him. So we agreed that let us support our own. And I think by then we decided to support Ken Okoth. And we said without money, we are going to run after our own. That is about National Youth Council. I know for a very long time the National Youth Council has been very dormant. And I'm happy that our new peer, our new CS who has come in, Honorable Murkomen, who is now our new CS, is actually given a directive that by December of this year, we must have an election of the National Youth Council. And this starts from the grassroots. The only problem which I want to talk about youth as I sit down, when you're given leadership, you become something else. The people we elected in position at that particular time, most of them when they were given these positions and they got into the office, you heard about that time talking about 27 years to drive a V8. A youth comes into the office and within 1 year is driving a V8. Where has he gotten the money from? This same money that is supposed to sensitize and educate the other youth and to help the other youth come up at the grassroots and to vote for your space in parliament, in the counties, in the assemblies. Instead of coming out to talk about these issues using the same money, they are always on flights, benchmarking with other counties. So it is up to you when this thing comes down. I pray that I'll still be the county director in this place. Things must be straightened up. And from the way I have talked, and I bring my conversation to a halt, I believe we are going to work together. With those many remarks, unless somebody has a question, I think I'll stop my issue at that.
Can you clap for her? Very serious director. Very serious. You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Very serious. I'm seeing hands are up.
I will not take questions for now until you are done.
Okay. I'll allow you to take the questions. And I think you'll have been seated this side. And let me start with the... okay. I think someone can write it for you. How many people have questions? 1, 2, 3. How many? 4. Okay, I'm giving you chance. Yeah, Director, I think you know that we are also live. A lot of you are asking questions, and there's a question which has been asked here. Though they have started with my name, but I'll give back to you that one. Also, they are saying thank you, Gijo. You know, you are the second from Ruto who has held meeting with youth. Really? Ruto had the first meeting, so I'm the second one. Now, he's asking a question, a very simple question, that we have youth empowerment centers which are now stalled. Some are becoming bushy. Yet the national government want to create some techno hubs in the wards. Why tend to make a lot of efforts in these youth empowerment centers instead of embarking on the ward projects? From there, I'll now give the audience very specific questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gijo. Madam Director, I'm Obongo Ken from North Rachuonyo. Now, the question is, from the national government, we heard the government spokesperson, in quotes, Isaac Mwaura, saying about 43,267 civil servants will retire in 5 years' time. Should we wait for those years to be employed in terms of empowerment? In that question.
As interns who are paid and they are on job training in our offices. Some of them today have been employed by other organizations. It is a system that the government...
Thank you so much.
For those who do not know my office, they're asking me where is my office. I'm actually based in HOMABAY. As I stand here today, I've come from HOMABAY. I'm at the County Commissioner's compound. That is where the State Department is based. My name is Electa Opar. My 0724 is 603613. 0724 603613. Please, I just want to leave because I know so many people are here to talk to you. If you have any interactions you want to have with me, my number is 0724 603613. I'm in the office from Monday to Friday. The only problem is that I'm the only county director. I have some county officers. So sometimes you'll want to talk to me. Engage me, call me on phone, just find out if I am in the office. Because today if you went there, you'll not find me. And you'll report me to my boss that I did not go to work. Yet I'm busy working here. See, I'm busy working here. Yes, I'm busy working here. So just engage me. I'm a very flexible person. I'm a mother with tough love. I love you, but I put things in perspective. Don't want to tell me attention. Yeah, that is how I want it. Thank you very much.
Can we clap for her? Director, don't be worried. Even if they took TV, you know they also went to Parliament. So, not a problem. Okay, now I'll begin moderating this session because I'm seeing some of the questions we'll be asking are cross-cutting and the panelists will be having them, isn't it? Yeah, because of time. Now, limeanza hivi twende tu hivyo, si ndio? Now I want to give a chance to panelists. They will telling us their names and their area of expertise, why they are here, and even what they are doing here.
What they are doing with the SDGs.
Yeah, what they are doing with the SDGs, yes. Yes, you can go. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Jacob Ogutu. I work in the Ministry of Health. That is SDG 3. Ours is simple. We are talking about quality, affordable, and accessible healthcare. I want to welcome you all so that we have an interactive session. Thank you.
Thank you. Clap for him, please. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Steve Juma. I work for an organization called CIAN Kenya, County Youth and Adolescent Network. As an organization that is youth-led, we focus on SDG 3.7. That is addressing sexual reproductive health and rights. We link it with pillar number 1 of primary health care that talks about community participation. That is what we do, focusing on rural and hard to reach adolescent and young people within the greater Soba. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Clap for him, please. You know, one time you'll be a panelist. So clap so that you'll be. Huh? Yeah.
Good afternoon. Are you happy to be here? How many are happy to be here? Okay, I'm so happy to see your faces that you are so happy to be here also. My name is Sheila Udiambo. I work for, actually I volunteer for many organizations. One of them being LREN, which is Lake Region Empowerment Network. Its work cuts across the 4 counties, Kisumu, HOMABAY, Siaya, and Migori. And we focus on climate action and resilience. We focus on governance and advocacy, and also on, I think the two. I personally am here on SDG 13, which is climate action. I have eco travel inspired by Waziri Grace. I haven't told her, but she inspired me into that field. So what I do in eco travel, I am a tour guide, and also apart from just traveling and the nature trips, I do conservation. In this, through seed balls, we spread seed balls when hiking. We do beach cleanups and also plant trees. So I hope to interact with you in this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Dennis Okello and Warden Dewa. I work in the Department of Vocational Education and Training, commonly known as youth polytechnics. Ours is, because education, ours is SDG 4. Achieving quality education for all. Our department majorly in the county government has 2. There's one there called Human Capital Development. I didn't call it. Education, Human Capital Development, and Vocational Education and Training. So in education, we talk of learning, and vocational education. So I represent my director. I'm the sub-county director of vocational education and training, Rachonyo East. I represent the county director, Department of Vocational Education and Training. Now that means my response in the panel will be 90, if I don't say 99%, biased toward the vocational education and training. And as you think about Madam CEC question, or food for thought, think about our partners. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Clap for him, please.
Good afternoon. I'm called Martin Umlama Bati. I'm the County Director for Water and Sanitation in the Department of Water, Sanitation, Irrigation, Environment, Forestry, Energy, and Climate Change. And our focus is provision of safe water and sanitation for all. It's our daily mandate that we do every day to facilitate all the SDGs that we have. Water is an enabler. Without water, we are not able to achieve our goals. So that's what we do every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Clap for him, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric. Again, the County Director of Agriculture. We get in at SDG 2, 0 hunger. Since we started this meeting, no speaker have escaped mentioning 0 what? Hunger. So we work in reducing hunger so that we may be able to achieve food security, improve on nutrition, and of course we promote sustainable agriculture. So we want to be able to eradicate hunger, achieve food security, improve nutrition, and we promote sustainable agriculture. Thank you so much. My name is Eric. I also come from around. Asante ni karibu.
Thank you. So clap for you, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Roy Otieno Dongo. I'm the director in charge of climate change in HOMABAY County. Our offices are in HOMABAY Town. When you come to HOMABAY Town, you come to where Kenya Forest Service has an office, just adjacent to the governor's office. And today I'll be dwelling on SDG 13, which is about climate action. And I'm glad today I've got a very good forum to talk about climate action in relation to the SDG 13 with all its three targets and two sub-targets that we will be speaking about today. And we will also be speaking about other things around climate change, because we realize that climate change is actually a threat to the achievement of all the other SDGs, all of them combined. And when we talk about SDG 13, it is closely related to SDG 7. SDG 7 is on. Who can tell me SDG 7? Yes, SDG 7 talks about energy. And they are closely related. In fact, if we get all our targets and all our targets right in SDG 13, then those at SDG 7 will automatically be got, because of that small connection between energy use and climate change. I think we'll talk more about that when the time comes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Clap for Roy, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Muga. I sit under Waziri's office. Do you remember, who remembers Waziri's department in full? I have something to do. Except this first row. Who remembers Waziri's full department? No, 100. Yeah?
I think she said she's called Madam Grace.
Yes.
And her department was governance, administration, devolution, and communication.
Okay, let's clap for her. You know, Waziri is very particular with the arrangement. Governance, administration, communication, and devolution, but I owe you. So I sit in that department. I'm in charge of communication. So my being here is on the virtue, which SDG? Universal access to communication technology. Which SDG? Anyone? I have a lot of giveaways. Anyone? SDG 9. And it closely ties to which act? Access to Information and Communication Act. And we know that communication, a successful communication actually will support or is key to realization of all the SDGs. Without communication, we will not be able to realize all the SDGs. So I'm here under that capacity. I'll be answering any question that relates to ICT and communication with the support of Youth Director. Thank you.
Thank you. Clap for him. Robert, you also want to say the name again?
No, I'm still Rabah. So my mandate really is to organize such a forum and several others, mobilize this team, okay, so that we understand, get to know the interventions and the programs that are there that are geared towards the youth and addressing the plight of the youth. And that is my mandate, and I work with them very closely to achieve that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can you clap for them? Panelists, we have a set of questions here. These questions have been developed with experts from SDGs, and I must mention SDG Forum was part of it. But here in the county government, there are people who have been helping us to track whether we are implementing the indicators for the SDGs. And I'll mention them, they are here. They are here keenly to track whether the county government is at pace with implementation of the indicators. I'll start with Ayeko. Ayeko is the county M&E. Unajua wao walikuwa wamenyamaza tu. Sasa naenda kwa technical people. M&E, can you say your name?
Thank you so much, Jafet. Good afternoon, everyone. As he has mentioned my name, I'm the Director Monitoring and Evaluation, help in tracking the SDG indicators. And what I want to say, the SDG indicators are unique in all the 17 indicators. So each in all 17 SDGs. So each is having an indicator to help track. So those ones we'll discuss and see, but we'll measure on SDG 13 because there are so many that we cannot do in this particular city. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yeko. I know you are here looking critically, where are we as a county? And we have also Mr. Bolo, who's the Deputy Director for Budget. The budget is in his head, and he has been very much tracking the issues of the SDGs.
Good after lunch once again. It's already past lunchtime. Anyway, I know you're not taking lunch. Should I say good after breakfast then? Okay. My name is Willis Bolo. I've been working with the Millennium Development Goals since 2008, and Suba was one of the sub-counties where MDG was being pioneered. And as the District Development Officer Suba then, I was running that program. And in 2015, we transitioned from Millennium Development Goals to Sustainable Development Goals. So I've remained a champion of Sustainable Development Goals. And by virtue of where I am, it's easy for me to allocate, allocate, and track how resources are flowing towards implementing those goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bolo. Can you clap for him? I have my sister, Harriet. Harriet, I know she doesn't like to talk, but she's a very SDG expert. Akasema tu machache tu.
As mentioned, I am Harriet Latino. I stand here as an essential champion on the council. Today really is not our day to talk, but to let the youth interact with us. So thank you and welcome to the session.
Thank you. Can you clap for us? Their major role in this session is to see whether we are on track with indicators. You know, you can do a lot of projects, but if they're not touching the indicators, then those projects can have no impact. So that is what we have been looking at. So these questions have been developed, designed by the SDGs experts, by indicators, so that at least we can see where we are. And I'll start with the division or department of agriculture. You know, Upper County, kuna division, kuna department. I don't know, just, I'm sorry for that one. 3 questions were developed, and they are straight questions, and also shall need specific answers. And question 1 is, Do the county government have agricultural programs that incentivize the youth to participate in agriculture? If yes, how do you engage these youth? Question 2, do the budgets provide allocations towards value addition programs? Okay? Do the county government have agricultural programs that incentivize the youth to participate in agriculture? Question 2, do the budgets provide allocations towards value addition programs for the youth? And the last question, do the county has provision for agricultural extension services? Are they youth friendly? You can respond to those questions.
Good afternoon. I don't know, where you want us, you allow us to sit or to stand?
No problem. So that you can visible here.
Okay, thank you. Sometimes when you want to emphasize, it's good to stand. So you allow me to stand. Do the county have programs that incentivize youth to participate in agriculture? I would want to say that one of the strategies that has been used is adapting technologies that are youth friendly. And in this, the county government is keen in implementing technologies that are youth friendly. One of these technologies are those technologies that are promoting climate smart agriculture. All of us are aware that we are living at a time when we are experiencing issues of climate change. So we have got climate smart agriculture technologies that the department is promoting. The number 2, another technology that the county government is promoting is that technology where you want to ensure that you impress the youth with making sure that the agriculture looks very, very modern. And in this, we have the value addition. We have value addition technology where we are actually promoting value addition across the value chains that we are implementing. Currently, the county government is promoting the flagship projects in edible oil. And we have actually rolled out provision of sunflower seed. And the intention is to be able to have this value added so that we can be able to have the oil seed cake. Currently, we also have value addition where we are doing the food processing of feeds. We actually have been promoting issues as like black soldier fly, use of soya beans, so that we can be able to do value addition. And this is actually to be able to attract the youth into involvement into agriculture. Another very important area that we are currently promoting is the agripreneur model. Agripreneur model is targeting the youths. And we started this earlier a bit, and what we are doing, we are trying to run a youth mentorship program so that youths are taken up by the government, by different projects, and we mentor them through, taking them through a process of training, and the name is implying agripreneur. Agricultural, those who are involved in agricultural business. So in this, we are able to mentor through the process, and then we expect that you are able to get yourself involved in a business-related activity. As we are currently we have, the government have already identified 280 agripreneurs that are going to be involved and engaged in the process of mentorship program
for a period of 1 year. Then after that, you are expected that you shall have actually been able to pick up so that you can be able to move along. There are several other youth-friendly technology. For example, provision of input services. We actually promote the youths so that they can be able to provide services. For example, spraying services, where the youth has got an knapsack sprayer and they can be able to provide spraying to the farmers. The youth have also gotten into the program where they are providing services like animal health services, especially for the youth that have got skills. They provide animal health services where they are providing artificial insemination. They can also be able to provide vaccination. I saw one who is providing vaccination services up near there. When you provide vaccination services, yes, there are those people who are providing vaccination services. So these are the programs that we are trying to be able to promote among our youth. They are those youth-friendly technologies. We also have the aggregation. We are trying to encourage the youth so that they can get into the aggregation of agricultural produce, where you find that because many of them are in the border, instead of using the border to be able to ferry people, we are encouraging them so that they can be using the border to aggregate the agricultural produce into one place. And you see, this can pay more. Currently, we have actually established milk processing centers, and we currently want those people who can be bringing milk into these processing centers from the interior. We have promoted chicken production, and we have those people who can get into the business of aggregating. So basically that is what I would actually be able to say that. In terms of the budget allocation, definitely yes, when we have got the involvement of the youth, in terms of the agripreneurs, we have got that element of the budget that specifically targets the youths, and it is strictly for that. If it is agripreneurs, it is strictly the age limit. Then number 3, the extension services. We do have extension service, and we have staff that are spread across. Of course, we can say that these staff are not adequate, and recently we realized that many of you are not finding the agriculture officers visible. And that's why I had to put on this one. Yes. So that wherever you actually see this, you can actually be able to know that this is
an extension officer.
An extension officer. They have not been visible, they are there. So we decided to make sure that we have clothed them with this one. Thank you.
And how many youths here are farmers? How many farmers are here? Almost all of you. I asked him, are extension services friendly to you people? Are they friendly to you people? Huh?
Thank you. I wanted to say something before I give my chief officer also to say something. I want to use this forum to kindly explore and challenge us. We were rolling out a project recently, a project that is called the National Agriculture Value Chain Development Project. And after we did the public participation, you know nowadays everything starts with public participation. That is where it starts. After we did public participation, out of the total over 29,000 participants across the county, only 6% were youth. Only 6% were youth. So I would actually encourage us kindly, whenever there comes an opportunity like this, because when you participate in the public, participation, that is open. It is usually open forum. That is where you get involved, and anything that is good can actually be provided. Otherwise, I want to kindly also give my chief officer.
Thank you, Director. I just wanted to add, while answering the question that Japheth has raised on how many youths are farmers. And I know when he raised that question, almost every hand went up here. And I thank you that all of you inside here seem to be farmers. However, when we were doing farmer registration exercise last year, and this is data that is available on the internet, 33% of the farmers we registered are youths. That means 67% of our farmers are not youths.
Okay, serious.
And I was just sharing with my neighbor here some very mind-boggling data that we got from the ground, because this data was picked from the ground. We realized that, please allow me to stand, because
yes,
this is serious, much as the youth, the youth want to be incentivized to do agriculture. But we realize that to end hunger, you don't need to wait for anybody to incentivize you to end hunger. You need to just step out of your comfort zone and end hunger. Because now we realize that in HOMABAY County, 33% of our farmers are youths. The economy of HOMABAY County, 75% of our economy is run by agriculture. And it means that the bigger percentage of our economy as a county is run by agriculture. And we have a paltry 33% of youths participating in that economy. Why? Because most of our youths have left agriculture for people who did not go to school. And this is the data that I wanted to share with you. And I wish that I could project this data for you to see. But it is data that is available on internet. You can Google it on Kiamis, then you go to HOMABAY and check. Percentage distribution of registered farmers by education level. Secondary school to below primary school, 89.89%. What does that mean? That HOMABAY County has left agriculture in the hands of people who did not go to school. I want to believe that all of us seated in here went to school. So if all of us seated here went to school, and we say we are in agriculture, then it means we form the part of 11.11% of the HOMABAY farmers who went to school. So now we are here saying we want to be incentivized so that we can do agriculture. I would throw spanner into the works and say it starts with attitude change. Because if we are going to sit in here and say county wanatufanyia nini ya kutu, I don't know how to put this in Kiswahili, but county temono wango mondolombo wa team agriculture. And yet we are part of the 11, I am a farmer. We are part of the only 11.11% of the farmers who have above secondary school education. Actually, the figures go down as the education level goes higher. That means that most of our youth don't think agriculture is something they can do so long as they went to school. They don't think it is something they can do. And yet we are here discussing about the SDG. Here is the data. If you look at percent distribution registered farmers by education level, primary, 39.82%, secondary, 25.59%, below primary, 24.48%. If you add those three, that's 89.89%. Does this bother you? Does this bother you? I don't think that we can sit pretty and start saying that we want the county government or the national government to incentivize us so that we can end hunger. But we're waiting for county government or the national government to bring something that can make me want to do agriculture so that I end hunger in my house. I don't think that's the right attitude. I just wanted to throw a spanner into the works and say we have a lot of work to do. As you can see, the figures goes down as education level goes higher. Postgraduate, we are at 0.59% of people who have postgraduate education in HOMABAY and are doing agriculture. So let's just think about that. Someone's, I think it was I call her senior youth. Senior youth, where are you sitting? Senior youth is behind there, Madam Elector. She said something very important. She said, Even if the government wanted to employ everyone, all of us cannot be employed by the government, any government, whether national government or county government. Not everybody can be employed in the government. If not everybody can be employed, therefore we need to look for something else that we can do. Agriculture is one such thing that we can do. But if you're going to sit and think that because we are learned, because we went to school, we can't be involved in agriculture, this is what we are doing to ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Can you clap for? It's a very serious matter. So we are just here, and that's how. Hapa sasa ni kusema kweli. Kusema hivyo, data will speak. There will be questions for the Department of Agriculture, please. Just hold on, there will be plenary. I know everything is hot. In our sana, but it will come. Because of time, probably we wanted this thing to be for 2 days, but it is 1 day. Time can be short. Let us ask questions for other departments. Then maybe we shall reduce these questions to 2, so that we go more. Now, people from the health services, I'm seeing Steve there and the gentleman there. Now, do the HOMABAY County budgets address the health needs of the youth population? That's the first question. Second question, are there allocations to set up or strengthen youth-friendly services in health facilities? And again, do the county budgets make provision for the promotion of mental health? Your department had a lot of questions, but we have reduced them to 4. Then the final question, do the county government budgets provide programs and projects to prevention and response to sexual and gender-based violence? I'll start with Steve.
Thank you, Senior. As for this question, I will not be responding as county government because I am an unstate. Therefore, I'll respond in that context. So in the context of budget to youth population, I want to say specifically on in the SDG 3 has got 9 indicators. From maternal mortality to neonatal up to environmental health. But I want to be specific to SDG 3.7, where I'm very much concerned that talk about sexual and reproductive health. I was looking at one of the document that was released the other time on how county want to set priorities for the current ADP. And I was keen to reproductive health. I don't want to talk much about it because the ADP is not yet out, but one of the things I saw was the aspect of reproductive health services into schools. Something that also bothers my attention as a young person when we talk about reproductive health into schools being budgeted to. Then we are looking at being loggerhead with the policies. What are the policies say about reproductive health in school? The school policy and the health policy. So in the previous years, there has been limited budget toward this particular indicator in matters of reproductive health. And specifically, its partners have been giving their support to either health, reproductive health, and community sensitization. And you're waiting to see for this particular ADP that the county has in matter of reproductive health. Also, in the context of youth-friendly provisions, I will say that we encourage that there should be no separate building that is set aside as a youth-friendly center, but rather services to be integrated. Because when I will say if you want to get we have the facilities across the county, then you also want to build youth-friendly centers. It's cost, in terms of cost, the economist will tell you that it's not cost effective. Therefore, in terms of integration, this has also been one that partners have been very much into. And specifically talk of human resource involved, young people all go well with their peers. The peer-to-peer learning goes well with young people. But you see that in these facilities, even in this space, we have young people who are youth champions that are engaging their peers into positive health-seeking behavior. However, they work along CHPs who are from the department. So I'm looking at a situation where a partner will not be there to engage the young people to continue engaging their peers. What is the status of the continuity of the services in terms of youth-friendly services? Because a CHP perhaps is my auntie, is my elder in church, or is a friend to my mom that I might not be able to disclose some of the key information I have that I feel I should share. So in terms of that, it's not well done in terms of youth participation and youth-friendly services. Then I think that one, the third one is, thank you.
Very, very, very good. The participation of the youth is still...
Yes, and what I wanted to say finally, the county is trying very well to bring services closer to the people, even in terms of public participation. And Kenya, in 1978, was part of the declaration of the PHC. Pillar number 1 talk about community participation. How young people are engaged in community participation is at the discretion of the partners engaging engaging young people to engage their peers. So moving forward, one thing I will also want to say that as the government continues to bring services closer to the people through the CHPs, there are young people who are in the community that they can also be able to adapt to have that continuity. It's a conversation that can be kept rolling so that when a partner exits, then this person continues and can be on the stipend just as the CHP. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just to your colleague, do the county budget address the health needs for the youth?
Good afternoon once again. I don't want to commit conclusively whether the budget is enough to address all the youth, the demands or the needs of the youth. However, I think the budget which is allocated there is in use properly and optimally. And then we have several partners on board who are complementing the budget which is allocated to the health and per se the youth-friendly services. There was an issue on GBV which I wanted to respond to.
Yeah.
The issue on GBV, I think a lot of sensitization has been done because addressing the issues of GBV starts from the community. It starts from you make a report, then it is processed, it comes to the facilities and it is addressed. I can conclusively say that as a department at our health facilities, all the GBV issues are free of charge. Therefore, it means if you are, if it is, for example, a case of defilement or a case of rape, when you come to Rachonywai work, we will process all the services you are supposed to be given for free. And then when it comes to issues going to court, I think for the general public, no one is asked any token to pay. So I think we are trying our much, the much we can as a department, especially for my work, so that we address these issues conclusively. Lastly, on youth-friendly services, and I will address shortly on reproductive health issues.
Yes.
This is very broad, and you and me have a part to play. It starts with something called behavior change. This one involves a lot of health talks, a lot of sensitization, a lot of empowerment, and you has a very big role for you to play. There are other issues that we are trying to, it's a challenge. Okay, let me say this. On average, other than the behavior change, we're talking about things to do with family planning services. For everybody, I think it is in the Constitution that any female of reproductive age is accessible to any form of family planning. And in the public sector, where I work, I think all the services rendered there are free. They are free. And all are welcome to come. But at the back of our mind, we know that you're not just supposed to give family planning to everybody. So still there is a role for our youths and the general public to understand and appreciate.
Thank you.
The last bit is on, I don't know whether to call it condom as a form of family planning. I had someone made that comment on it in the social media. The condoms are available per se, and in our facilities we have distribution centers where we put them. And I think, like in Rachonya where I work, they are placed somewhere very strategic for everyone to be accessible to them, and they are free. We don't charge.
They are free, it is not charged, okay? And when you go there, go comfortably. You see it like if it's a feature?
Yes, just one thing, you asked about mental health.
Yes.
50 studies say between 30 to 55% of health positive behavior is caused by social determinant of health. The security, the food security, issues of unemployment. Before you come and give me information about accessing a contraceptive, I'm very hungry. So I'll not be having a positive health-seeking behavior. And this is one of the areas that I think these SDGs interlink. I think when I was here, I asked something about the relation between the gender and health. Because we cannot address health in isolation as health. There are social determinants of health that also contribute to how someone respond to health service or health information. And finally, one thing I've also seen that we are dealing with young people, and we have to be very unique as to how young people operate. When you look at how the facilities are placed, it's easier for young people to access a service at where they are reached at than walking into facility, which are sometimes not closer to where they are. Okay. There are platforms that these young people meet. There are big sports, big betting points. Can we get closer to them? Okay. The question is, does the county have the budget to get closer to young people, exactly, or we wait for Uraia to facilitate them to get closer to them?
Exactly.
Thank you. The aspect of health, financing, and workforce. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, as we go on, have your own questions, because the panel discussion will be very, very, very soon. My senior Roy and the lady, one big problem is that even before we discuss things deep into climate change, the research shows that very few youths understand what is climate change, even what is SDG. First of all, can you localize climate change in their own understanding? What is climate change? And how are the youths participating in the programs for climate change? And how do we involve them? Someone is also asking in the social media, which is very, very hot, how much did HOMABAY County receive for FLOCA funds? Yeah, the floor is for you. Climate people, yes.
I want to correct something. The issue about how much the county received from FLOCA should not be a hot issue. That is public information. Whoever is not aware of how much we received should confidently ask that question and they'll be answered. as I'm going to do so shortly. So there's nothing hot around the amounts we got. Yeah? Yeah, it is something normal. So, in responding to the question about what climate change is, I will try to put it in plain language. Somebody else, even from the audience, you can participate, because this is a free forum. This is in the spirit of local. You know, it's local, we are saying locally led. So when we come to a forum like this, the locals in this room are the audience. So you can lead in responding to that question. But I will attempt and say that climate change is an observed change in weather patterns over a long period of time. Scientists say usually over a period of 30 years. And this is brought about by many things. One of them is human activities that lead to the destruction of the environment. And the biggest cause of climate change, or a change in climate, or the change in weather patterns, is the greenhouse gas emissions, commonly known as GHGs, which we emit into the atmosphere, which in turn leads to the warming of our planet, and which leads to a very common term now most of you have come to hear about, known as global warming, because our nature was designed to cool itself. There are certain gases that are deemed to be not harmful to nature. But when we do release a lot of those particular gases into the atmosphere, then they become harmful. Carbon dioxide naturally is not harmful to the environment. Why? Because the environment has a mechanism to take it back in the form of trees, in the form of oceans, in the form of the icebergs, or in the polar area where those ice sheets are. They naturally absorb carbon dioxide. But when we diminish the Earth's capacity to absorb carbon dioxide, and we increase releasing the rate at which we release carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, then the excess that cannot be absorbed back ends up becoming harmful by forming a blanket-like substance past the atmosphere, so that any gases released, any heat that reflects from the surface of the earth cannot freely escape, but it is reflected back into the atmosphere, and that leads to what we call global warming. When temperatures rise, then the party begins. The ice sheets melt, the level of the oceans will continue rising, and then it becomes a pandemonium. And that is where we are today. So that is why we are being told, if we do not change our ways going forward, then we will surely perish. And that is why we are saying that we must do everything that is within our powers to reduce the surface temperatures of the earth. And how do we do that? We increase the earth's capacity to absorb carbon dioxide and other gases that we may produce. When I was introducing myself, I said that there is a close relationship between climate change and energy use. The biggest contributor of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere is the way we use energy. In our homes, I know, even from where I come from, we still use charcoal, we still burn firewood, and above all, we are over-relying on fossil fuels. All of you came here by some motorized means of transport. True or false? That motorized means of transport is burning fossil fuel, which is either diesel or petrol. And that is a dangerous emitter of greenhouse gases. So that is all, that is so much about what climate change is. And the impacts, of course, are obvious. I saw most of you saying that you are farmers, which is good. But your farming cannot be productive in a changing environment. Why? Because a changing climate is disrupting the rainfall patterns, is disrupting the seasons, so you cannot really know when to plant your crops that depend on rainfall. So that is one of the impacts. And of course, when you don't do your farming the way you should do, then we are doing injustice to our aim of having zero hunger. Food security is compromised completely. So that is one of the impacts of climate change. But thank God, the world now is focused on combating the impacts of climate change.
Thank you so much.
And that is why SDG 13 is there. Now, on the question about how much we received from FLOC, HOMABAY County received a total of 251 million Kenya shillings for climate change investments. On top of that, we have also received 33 million Kenya shillings to prepare ourselves to invest on climate change. So, and over and above that, HOMABAY County is also making its own budgetary provisions towards climate change in our own county allocations through our own source, our revenues. For more information, you can always visit us in HOMABAY, or you can call my phone number, or you can contact any of these sub-county offices to get more information.
Maybe, sir, how are you participating in the implementation structures of climate change, maybe in county?
Yes. The youth, we are involving the youth through the available means of engaging the public that are established through community forums, but mostly we reach the communities and all these demographics, including the youth, through our ward climate change committee structures.
Okay.
And in those committees, there are youth representatives. In fact, in every ward committee, there are 2 youths.
Okay.
There's a female, yes, and a youth. Sharon here is a member in Rusinga.
Okay.
Rusinga ward. I don't know whether there's another member here.
Is there anyone here in the climate ward climate committee? Anyone? You can come up here. Oh, you have people here.
Yes, so you can see that indeed we are involving the youth. Maybe the extent of the involvement is what may not be as may we expect.
Yes.
But we are putting every effort to ensure that the youth are involved. And in fact, in doing actual investments towards climate action, we have involved the youth and taken it a notch higher.
Okay. Now, the elephant in the house, sand harvesting.
Before I go to sand harvesting,
yes.
The other day, we sent out a call for proposals. A call for applications, I can call it.
Yes.
Which was targeting mainly youth groups and women groups to apply to help us establish community trainer sites.
Okay.
And I can report, we got very positive response from the youth. So that today, in every ward, there is either a youth group or a women group that we are engaging to help us establish community trainer sites. When I walked in and my CC stood up to answer questions. I gathered that somebody asked about when we are discussing money to these identified youth groups. A question which my CC responded to, and that is the position.
Okay.
I don't want to belabor about it. Then on sand harvesting. Sand harvesting is a double-edged sword in this country. Number one, on the positive side, it is a major source of on-source revenue to none other than the county government. On the flip side, it is a major environmental threat. And already we are seeing its impact, especially in those areas where it is being done in the lower parts of this region, to the north. But we as a county government, we are not sitting and watching. We are working towards sustainably harvesting sand in this county, and we are at the policy formulation stage. And I believe the next time the cabinet sits, approve the sand harvesting policy, so that it's taken to the assembly for approval. Then after that, legislation will follow, so that it is where we are domiciled. That large Department of Water and all those, including climate change, and including the Department of Blue Economy, where mining is. We are aware of that problem and we are working to alleviate it. We also reckon it is a source of employment for the youth, but we need to have it done sustainably. What we cannot do is to ban the sand harvesting. But the key word there is sustainable harvesting.
Sharon, youth participation in climate change. Briefly, how is it?
Good afternoon once more. My name is Sheila. Sharon.
Yeah.
So I'm here not to speak on behalf of the county. I don't work in the county. I'm a youth advocate and activist. So my opening remarks will be youth participation should be a fundamental right, because even in the Constitution of Kenya, it dictates that our involvement with the environment, how we can take care of the environment, it's our duty and obligation to take care of the environment. And if you see all the 17 SDGs, they interconnect with the...
Ago, when after independence, the laws were supposed to be in office and do office jobs, white collar. So when you tell them, come we train you on this, even if they have no education at all, technical education becomes no option. That again is unfortunate. A lot we can say, but to your questions about Fundimangula. Fundimangula actually the current sheriff in town was launched around three months ago at Zero Vocational Training. Fundimangula is a partnership the department has with the KCB Bank. Actually, KCB runs it in other counties as Tujiajiri. But Our Excellency wanted the county government to be part of it. And the bulk of it, we know it as Fundimangula. Now, Fundimangula is a 50-50 partnership between the county government and the Department of Vocational Training and the KCB, where we have a total of for a whole year for 600 trainees. Yeah? Now, we, as a county government, we gave the 12 million, which fortunately we have done to this moment, and we thought we would be late. It's now the KCB that is late with their 24 million. But again, theirs is a procedure. 2 days our managers were in Kisumu, Grand Royal Swiss, taking training on the same before the KCB finally disburses that money. For KCB, it's like our department, we are contractors. They contract us to train for them this number of trainees. Then thereafter, they equip you. When you leave, the 600 of you, you leave with a kit for starting a business or a workshop on that particular department. If you're an electrician, you leave an electrical kit. If you're in a masonry, you leave with the relevant equipment to that effect. That is it about Fundi Mangola. Fundi Mangola was given it was given 15 per ward, and the selection was done right from the grassroots. It is not the county government or the governor's office or our mother office and at the county government, the county level that was doing it. The county government, High Excellency, came up with a very good policy on bursaries, where there are committees deep in the villages, and these are the committees that sit. So this actually was for the bursaries, but it was adopted to help us now do what? Find the people who are very needy and want to join the Department of Vocational Training. So it is through that we got the needy and those who wanted to join our department. So we took 15 per ward to join the Mangula initiative. And the program is marathon. Actually, we don't even go for breaks We are doing it in a total of 9 months. Where 6 months is thorough classwork, then three months out in the field. Now, in the county government supporting programs, that link us. That actually is it.
That is it.
Because when we liaise with the KCB, and the KCB gives us these machines, we definitely linking us with the job market.
Exactly, it is about, because when I saw the question, it is all about the design of the Mangula. That's why I started with it.
Thank you.
We
again, as officers, have a responsibility to link our trainees with the job through what is called when they're going to do their practical attachments, and we ensure that it's something that is good, that is going to give them the practical skill.
Thank you.
The scholarships and bursaries, I think I've talked about it briefly. Thank you.
I don't think they'll have questions about it. I'm just giving out the guiding questions so that when they come with the questions. So we have 2 panelists to go, then we shall open the forum. Water. If you look at the indicators for SDG 6, is that we are more on access. What is the context of access to water? Are we on the clean water, or are we looking at reducing the number of kilometers for fetching waters? What is the situation in HOMABAY County? One, in terms of the clean water, yes, we have water. Do we have avenues for clean water? And what is the department doing reducing the number of kilometers in terms of fetching water? Because here we have those who are also ladies who are on the water is a basic necessity to them. How do you go about this?
Okay, thank you very much. As a Department of Water and our mandate, at the moment, we have given priority to access to water and divided our county into 2. That is urban and rural areas, where the urban area is given it to municipalities, and those municipalities have licensed water service providers for Mwasre to provide water close to the people 24/7. Then we have the rural area where the department is key and leading in reducing the distance people are walking to get water. Our target at the moment by 2027 is to reduce the distance people are walking to 3 kilometers from 7 kilometers at the moment looking for water.
It is something which is challenging, but it's achievable, and with support from both parties involved, we can achieve. We also give a priority to our youth to help us in being able to reduce this distance. Most of the projects we provide or tender in the county, particularly spring protection, are just strictly offered to the youths. So we offer a chance for you to play a role towards reducing the distance people are walking to get water in the county. Thank you.
Very, very, very precise. Access and reducing the distance. I know there are a lot of questions there. And finally, to ICT. And here there were a lot of questions, though we have reduced them. And the questions are more so on access to information. And 4 questions were tabled. One of them, does the county government publish and publicize budget documents in time? 2, is the information provided by the youth programs in budget documents adequate to facilitate deliberation and monitoring during implementation? And 3, do the county government allocate resources to sensitize the youth on the valuable opportunities for youth empowerment? And final question, do the county government establish or has running courses for the existing youth empowerment centers? And that one I think, youth empowerment centers or in-stroke digital centers. Do the county government budget for the establishment of the digital centers? So these 4 questions, I think, Steve, you can respond to those questions. Then we open up the plenary.
Thank you, Ojijo. I think on these 4 questions, I will address 3. I didn't get the second one, but let me address the first one and the third one, and then we'll repeat the second one. Let me start with the 4th one, because running costs on youth empowerment, throw this to the director-elector, because this falls directly, because this it's not a devolved function. On publishing budget documents in good time or in a timely manner, I think our function, our core mandate, which is well stipulated in the Access to Information Act, is that we are mandated to disseminate information or communicate in a timely manner. And not just communicate in a timely manner, we also must communicate accurately. And communication is a cross-cutting function, which means it runs from here to that end. It can come from that end to this end, because for it to be complete, it has to go to the list, okay, of the person who is receiving the information. And I would want to confess that we are actually addressing the most and we've seen this through the recent past, how and they know what they want. As a matter of fact, it would have been best if you who are here and us as senior population, we are, or as senior, much more senior generation, we are listening to you because you're more informed. And what does that mean for our function? It simply means that we are tasked to communicate certain statutory documents. Okay? What are statutory documents? The budgets, of course, the ADPs, the CIDPs, all these documents are actually entitled, everyone is entitled, every citizen is entitled to go to access this documentation. Granted, there's a challenge, these are very big documents. So then our secondary function is to try and synthesize these documents so that they are citizen friendly, because I believe you will not have enough bundles or access a cyber to download a 20 GB file. I think Bolo, director budgets here can agree with me. Those files are very heavy. So the second function is for us to synthesize these documents and then disseminate. So how do we disseminate these documents? We disseminate them through a channel that goes all the way. To access these documents, you don't have to come all the way to the office. For us, it's actually more tasking. It's a daunting task for you to come all the way to the offices to seek information. So we avail this information to your ward, to the ward level, so that if you need any information, you can access through your ward admins. And also, we disseminate this information in our social and digital platforms. Easily accessible. So you can go to our website, access this information. You can go to our social media pages, access this information. I don't think there's an easier way to disseminate such kind of information. Allocating resources to sensitize youth. What was it on? To sensitize youth on?
To sensitize youth, the empowerment opportunities.
Empowerment opportunities.
Available opportunities for youth empowerment.
Or for youth empowerment.
Yes, yeah.
Again,
the aspect of sensitization.
Yes, again, or the aspect of it. So that's just a function out of it. Because then again, this is again a national government function, heavy.
Okay.
So the bit of sensitizing the youth.
Yeah.
Now we partner with a sister department called public participation and stakeholder management.
Okay.
So they are heavy in terms of doing public exercises like this. Okay. So then we're able to sensitize the youth on available opportunities.
Yeah.
And of course, we know very well that one of the key components in Her Excellency's campaign and delivery of her function or her mandate is through public participation.
Yes.
So she's very heavy on public participation, which is a model that has been applied on almost all the counties. So on that would be my short answer. If you have a further question.
Yeah, now this is, we need a commitment. Every year, International Budget Partnership, I think you know them, they usually conduct what we call county budget transparency surveys. What they are trying just to look at is how much transparent is the county government in terms of the budget information. And for those people who are in the budget, Wakinabolo, this is always a public information. For 2023, we were in red. In fact, we decreased from 19 points in 2022 to 21 points in 2023. And we have been asked, why are budget documents for HOMABAY County not found even in the websites? What is the problem? And what is the commitment you are giving for the next survey, which they have started the assessment in 2024? Where will we be as a county in terms of budget transparency?
Thank you. I would however like to disagree a bit, because this information is actually available on the website. Our budget estimates are available.
But by the way, Steve, CBTS is conducted nationwide with all counties. And I can remember when they wanted to do for HOMABAY County, they really contacted the departments. And the one issue which came across was there is a problem with the website. They could not access those documents. And the reason they were given was that the website was under maintenance. So is it under maintenance up to this moment?
Okay, thank you. Now that puts it into perspective. Any website, all websites go through maintenance. All websites. There's no website that does not go through maintenance. Otherwise, you will be susceptible to hackers, okay? Or secondly, you'll have no firewalls. So we were going through maintenance, and that was done to perfection. The website is active, it's up, and it's running. if you have bundles, who can be our guinea pig?
So what is that?
Oh yeah. Are you on the website? Is it up?
The website now is working? There are no documents. The documents, availability of documents in the website.
Which documents? Which one particularly?
We are talking about budget documents. CBTS, I think the report is out. The only document we had as HOMABAY was CBLOC. That is the only document that was found. And even to our own astonishment, they said it was not in the website. And that one, we really tremble a lot about it. Then what is happening? So I think you can just give commitment that in the 2024 CBTS, where shall we be as a county?
Okay. So 2024 CBS, I would not want to give that commitment.
Yeah.
Okay. I think for you to give such a commitment, you need to go back to the drawing board. For the 2023 one, I don't know if Bolo would have something to say about that. Do you? Only if you do. Yeah, he doesn't have anything to say about that. But for 2024, I think the commitment we can give is that we can collect feedback. Okay? That's the first thing we can do. Is collect
Can we in short say, Bolo is laughing because you know about the CBTS. Can we give a commitment? This is serious. Can we give a commitment that at least I know, can we improve as a county for 2024 CBTS? Can we improve as a county? We be among the counties who can improve in terms of the budget transparency. Only that one. Only that one.
I mean, that's so easy to say. Of course we will improve. Is that answer? Yeah, we will improve. Is that answer?
You are warning us with the body language. The body language. Yeah?
Okay, agree.
No problem.
That is okay.
Yeah.
We will improve.
Because the governor said that we want to tunataka kutoka from bottom,
yeah,
we go up. But when it comes to CBTS,
yeah,
in fact they are saying, HOMABAY, you are now good for everything.
And you see,
what about this budget transparency?
The good thing about communication,
yes,
is that, again, as I say, it's
yeah,
all inclusive.
Yes.
Yeah. We cannot say that we've completed the communication cycle,
yeah,
if that person is not satisfied. Okay. If he has no accurate access to information.
Okay.
So if he doesn't have, again it comes back. So we keep on improving.
Don't worry, you have set aside funds for CBTS discussions with stakeholders. I think that one will give us more. But we have said that we are going to improve that and solve it. Sasa tuwapigie makofi hao wote, all the families. Yes?
Yeah, I just want to comment.
Yeah.
Because you asked a question about sensitization of the youth,
yeah,
on opportunities. Okay?
Yeah.
I think that is important because we must agree information is big.
Very good.
Big. And I want to confirm to you,
yeah,
that because the big question was, does the government put in resources, yeah, towards sensitization of the youth? Okay? About a month ago, I was in Beta. Okay? I was having a forum with the youth in Beta about opportunities that are there for the youth. Yeah. And I can tell you with authority, I think Steve can confirm this. You see, at the end of the day, we can sit pretty in the offices and say that youth can access information through their phones. Okay? There's a youth in Nyagwepe. Okay? There's a youth in Fangano Island. Okay? It is an assumption that is not correct. Okay? I sat in a forum in Beta where I asked, is there a youth who is not aware that there's what is called National Youth Fund? My friend, they were there. Okay? And that is Beta. Okay? So it therefore means that we must complement, okay, this information delivery. We must have these forums at the grassroots, okay? so that we can share with our youth what is available for them, which financial products are there for them, which opportunities are there for them. And that is why we started that forum. And it is going on. We are going to do it in all sub-counties. Okay? I worked with the National Youth Fund officer with me. Okay? And we agreed. We saw for ourselves the kind of questions that we were getting from the forum. Okay? They are basic questions, simple ones, but to the youth before we came with this youth officer, I mean the fund officer, those were very difficult questions, very difficult processes that they could not go through. Okay? So I want to confirm that yes, the county is resourcing sensitization of the youth. We've just started it and it's going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Steve Amamka Taylor. I think now you want to make the commitment.
I did not. I already made the commitment and everyone is satisfied. I just wanted, who was not able to see the downloads? Can I give you a run through how you can access them? Just open. Then go to, okay, can you see? These three lines, yeah? Top right. See them? Just click. You see a drop down menu. Go to resources. Resources. You're there? Go to downloads. You'll find all the documents. All of them. They're about 30 pages. Including the budget. MTF, ADP, CF, all of them are there. The annual estimates. Okay.
So they're there.
They're all there. Oh, you are the one who's doubting. Come on.
Yeah.
You're the only person who's doubting.
No, me, I'm not doubting. It is about CBTA. Then there must be problem. Because, yes, Polo can answer.
Yeah. I think I'm not going to answer where things are not on the website. He is responsible. I think he has answered. I'm just aware. You know, there is what we call roles. Kila mtu akona kazi yake. Yeah. So there are things I will not answer for someone else who is there. And I think he has done very well. I like the commitment he has made.
Yeah.
Now, for me, I always like simplifying the discussion. Most of the questions here was, what are we doing to make agriculture cool for the youth? Yes. What are we doing to make agriculture cool for the youth? I think for me that is the main question we were asking here. What can we do to make health services responsive to the needs, interests, and challenges of the youth? That is what I understood. And you can also not say you're empowering somebody if you cannot say you're empowering somebody. So these are dimensions that we cannot ignore. Every time we are talking about empowerment, this is about education. Education is only dealing with the information side. But there are so many things, the leadership side, the accountability side, that we have to look at. That is what I understood from where I sit. But the more keenly I listen to us, the more I realize that the only way we'll make our public services cool for the youth is to involve them in decision making. We need to involve them throughout, when we are coming up with the idea, when we are implementing it, when we are monitoring it, and when we are making decisions to whether continue with it or even stop it. We can also not say that we only make services cool when we make them responsive. Like in health, I am happy you are talking about sexual reproductive health. That is a critical thing for the youth. Mental health has become a big issue because when a youth is educated, akona degree start to ama mbili na is not employed, this person is suffering. This person might need mental health services. And it is worse when somebody is less educated than you is doing well. Maybe he was employed before you because he was able to make noise during a campaign. It can make you sick. And we need to address these kind of challenges for the youth. The other thing we have to do to make services cool, we need to incentivize. Nobody tells you that you don't need to incentivize somebody to involve in agriculture. Everybody wants to put on a tie. A typical Luo. My name is Yoko Birogo, one of my land. Okay? Okay? Samoro moro bigro no nyuol gida Kisii. Okay? So people need, I always say people need team. Team means tools. People need tools to do things. People need markets. You need a solution. You might not know, and because you know puro cabbage, those sides of Usao, and now as educated as he was supposed to go to Kipas to go and sell. I think his mother was asking Athena, is this where education has taken you? So the way we make fun of people who are in agriculture is one reason we are using to discourage people from participating in it. So me, I think we also need to look at the issue of, in the modern world, most Gen Z, the technology is the thing. They want things that where they can leverage technology. But again, we are exaggerating the issue of technology. I always say that there are two categories of citizens. There is the educated, which most of you probably are, but there is undereducated. I don't want to say they are uneducated. Somebody when you are primary is not uneducated, he is undereducated. Okay? So technology favors the educated and it leaves out the undereducated. So we need to provide for the two categories. That is why we encourage you in public participation. That face-to-face is to give a room for those who are not educated. But the educated ones, we can go on X space, we can create WhatsApp groups and discuss. So this is something that we need to look at. The other thing we need to look at to make these services friendly or cool to the youth, we must bring the element of education in it. Don't just go and give people service, educate them. Let them see the benefits. Let them see the knowledge behind it, the thinking behind it, the scientific thinking behind it. And finally, most of us don't want to associate with what we used to call youth polytechnics. You know when we used to call them youth polytechnics? Or in fact, it was worse. It used to be called village polytechnics. You remember? Most people don't want to be called village people. I remember tukiwa University of Nairobi, sisi tulisoma before these agricultural training colleges became universities. There are two groups.
But what are you saying? What are you saying?
Okay, that was on a light note. There used to be two groups in the university, right? There used to be us guys. Wale walikuwa nasoma bush, you know your patch. Wale walikuwa shule za maana, Kenya High. They used to call themselves us guys. Then sisi wenye tutoka kwa shule za Harambee tulikuwa naitwa district focus. So village polytechnic is associated with district focus. So people don't want to associate with something so local. And that's why we baptize them into vocational training centers. But I think they have not done enough to market these centers. Do we even talk to successful alumni to give success stories that inspire our children to want to be like them? We are not doing enough marketing, and I think that is where we are getting it wrong. The same way we are also not branding agriculture. We are not branding agriculture sufficiently. We see agriculture is still associated with our soma. But you know, in the world where we are today, agriculture is for the educated. It's no longer for the uneducated. Why? Agriculture has become a high skill thing. How many of you are participating in what we call vertical agriculture? Okipur ne imanyola samba kama ipuro kichimo malo. Jadima ngogo ni amepi the cabbage. About the coaching malo, maybe the skuma. That is what we call vertical agriculture. That is modern agriculture. It needs skill. And these are the things where we are getting it wrong. If we are going to embrace sustainable agriculture, today agriculture courses are not attracting students. You know that at our universities. Agricultural courses are not attracting students. In fact, some of them are getting abandoned. Because you associate agriculture, you're my patch again, you're my soul again. Yet agriculture is where money is. One war wakota ikaluka, lakini wengi wajie compared to agricultural communities. Kale nyelika nitie pesa, makanga tu pesa ni kwan to kusumu. Yinmulungi ni kwan, lakini yenkana mana 5 million, mayuki bimulu for the rest of your life, despite increased mining at debt. We need to market agriculture, we need to market vocational training, otherwise we are not going to make progress. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Tukisema hapa ni kusema kweli. This is kusema, we want only facts. So that when you go out to engage again, now you know the focus. Now, we want questions, but in those questions, who are specific? Kama mtu amulize ngini usirudie. Tumesikizana? We have only 20 minutes for that one. Only 20 minutes. So where will I start? with all these hands. And usually those people at the back, wanakwanga mkono sana. Hapa hakuna maneno. Ni uko tu. Now Robai, you are my moderator. Get me this one. Oh, ladies first. I'm a backbenchers. Okay. Yeah, this one is saying we need 2 days for this such a forum. Okay, you say your name, sub-county, then the question, because it is being recorded.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Tony Dalton Obala from Karachuonyo. My question will cross-cut amongst the executive representatives, and basically I'm going to ask in a layman's way, how best is the county government utilizing those conditional grants, like the issue of LOCA. I think my friend and director, Roy, has given a response, but basically I'm not satisfied. Because one, we're talking about issues of water and the stuff. But I realize we are going back into drilling boreholes. Imagine 40 of them in HOMABAY County, 40 boreholes. And the main focus of local funding was adaptation, mitigation toward resilience in climate change program. But we as a county, we are drilling 40 boreholes. What is our position as a county towards climate change? That is number one. Number two.
One question each because, or is it? Okay, give me number two.
Okay, number two, my question goes to availability of information for the youth.
Yes.
And this is a question, Ojijo, we've been asking for the last 8 to 10 years, since the inception of devolution. So today, as a director of ICT and the staff is responding, I think we must build trust for the kind of information and that will empower youths of this county.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Another person? So those questions to the two panelists, ICT and one question now each. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Adelaide Achie from Rachuan. Okay, I have many questions.
We have greeted Rachuan.
Okay. So my major problem about information, access to information. These documents about ADP and the rest, CADP and whatever, they are bulky. How can we summarize these documents in a way that even if I go back home and my grandmother asks me, Yatina, I can summarize maybe in 10 minutes or so. And another one, vocational training. We need to move with the modern trends. Like at this point, we have issues on electric cars, motorbikes, and we are still training our youths on the fuel and so on mechanism. Now, when we are seeing that there is introduction of this modern technology, how are we racing with these events of the modern?
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Regan Washira Dek from Rachuonyo South, West Kasipul Ward. Firstly, okay, allow me to appreciate Mr. Bolo for what he just said. I think he spoke out to my mind everything I wanted to say, or we wanted to say. Again, this public participation, I don't think if they are always very public. So let's say you bring a public participation in a space like this,
at the entrance there is a list of members who should attend it. Some of this public participation should be put more public, maybe in a public space where everyone can access it. All young people are able to access it, not just picking. These young people should be randomly selected, or if there is a criteria therein, and made more public. Again, lastly, on the statistics that was mentioned, 33% of youths are in agriculture. I don't think if that basically means that 67% are not in agriculture. Because there are a number of factors that might have led to that 33%. Maybe a lot of youths were not included in the study, or were not reached. Those far away places like Suba and Agwete that were mentioned, maybe some of the youths were not included there, or there was some bit of biasness, something like that. So there should be that root cause analysis that is done to ascertain that this and these causes have led to that statistic. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we agree that we are asking questions? Okay? Please direct your question very precisely. Just ask the question. Now, let us agree, it is one question. So, because we are so many here.
Okay, thank you. My name is Emily Tamara. I come from Rangwe constituency. I have a question based on the statistics that was given up there. About 11% of educated farmers and 89% of uneducated farmers who are youths. So when we talk about agriculture being the base of our economy, both in the county government and in the national government, specifically, what have you done as the Ministry of Agriculture to make me understand that agriculture forms the best part of our economy? I am a graduate who went to university, who wanted to be a doctor. You know, when you start school, we go there with high expectation. I want to be a doctor, I want to be a pilot, I want to be... Then after school, there's no job. I don't know what agriculture means. You know, I'm different with maybe a Kalenjin who was brought up knowing that if you take cabbages from the farm, after this specific period of time, you will be having like 2 million. What have you done? Have you done any trainings to these youths? Have you given out any distribution of seeds? Any trainings of how agriculture can be done, the best part, the way it can be done? And have you done any fundings to these very youths to help them carry this agricultural project? And have you done any empowerment to show as youths that besides education, there is something else that can be done by literate people that can also give us money? What have you done in this line? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Balance. Very short and precise, no stories.
Yeah, thank you very much. It goes direct to the Agriculture Department. And we've been hearing that water, the installation of water pipes are done within just the urban areas. What measures or what plans do you have for those living in rural areas? Because if you look carefully, you will realize that it is within the rural areas that water is majorly consumed through the production. For example, in the farms. Now, if you check at the production part of it, that is the question is directed to the Agriculture Department. Youths have come together to group themselves with a common interest of production. And these youths, one thing they are facing is a lack of extension officers. there are no extension officers to assist them go through their their programs, daily programs in the farm, through assisting. Then, are there some funds that can be allocated for them to push them or to move them from wherever they are to the next level to achieve their missions? Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. You can even ask questions in Dolo. Okay? In any language that you're comfortable with. Because the panelists can understand the three languages. So,
Thank you so much. I'll be dwelling on challenges on SDG 6, clean water. Not challenges, achievements. You said one of the achievements is the boreholes that you've done you've done boreholes from 90 to 140. So my question is, it means that before you reached 140, maybe you found the 90. Then my question is, what is the condition of this 90? Secondly, just the last one, please. I was going through my phone to find the definition of ECD center. I realized that ECD center involves a lot of things. 1, ECD classroom. 2, enough teachers. 3, maybe water. 4, playing ground or playing facilities. Yes? So, don't you think as county government, you are doing ECD classroom rather than ECD center?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, I want a question. Share stories, and some of you, if you don't have an opportunity to ask, you write it down, then you give it to us. Okay?
Thank you very much. I'm Sidia Souma from North Kachonyo Ward. My question is directed to the Department of Agriculture. Under the tips and adoption, we have a challenge. 1, most of the youth are being urged to go for the production under the value chain of chicken. So for the production, we get that the vaccines or the vaccination we are doing, we may have the crisis of getting a Merex vaccine. It has been a challenge in our county because when we are doing a challenge, then we face the difficulties when there will be the outbreak of the diseases. To far end, after the production, is there any hub or structure whereby the young farmers, they will be getting to market their product? I said that it's the e-marketing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like the interest in agriculture.
Good afternoon. I also have a concern to the Department of Health. We understand under SDG, good health, good SDG addressing health. I would just want to talk about the triple threat. Talking about the triple threat, we have teen pregnancies, and SGBV is one of them. My concern is, as a county, do we have rescue centers for the survivors of violence? Because it is true that many people are undergoing violence, and some of these people do not even have places to run to. Maybe the places they consider safe is where they are being violated. As a county, what is our take on that, and what are we going to do to help the survivors of violence? And another thing, I saw on the achievements that we have got 24, or if I'm right, I think 24 newly constructed facilities. We just want to know if you are sure that all the newly constructed, and if they are affordable, if they are accessible, and if they are of quality. What do you do to ensure it's up and running?
Thank you very much. I think we can take those questions, then we take another round of questions. So we start with the Department of Agriculture, which has the load of questions.
Members, I feel honored that many questions have come to the Department of Agriculture. It would be my worry if we did not have questions come, because sincerely speaking, the department where we can really get help and practical help is in agriculture. Therefore, it is quite sincere and very practical listening to the youths seeking to have guidance. So I'll be responding to the questions which were asked, the statistics which were shared about the youth involvement, 33% of youth in agriculture, and that these statistics could have not been well captured. This is actually during the farmer registration exercise. This was an exercise that was carried out, a countrywide registration, where in HOMABAY County we managed to register 245,245 farmers. This was a registration exercise which was carried out across the county, and it went and continued for a period of 10 days, and it was capturing all the households. And after that, there was a second phase of registration of farmers where we netted over 8,000. This means that we were trying to ensure that all the farmers are are captured and they are digitized in a database. So this is an information that is in the database. That is the response that I would give. And I also said that recently, currently, a major project that is in the Department of Agriculture is currently rolling out implementation across the 40 wards in the county. That is the entire county. And when we did the public participation, rolling out activity, we only had a percentage of 6% participated. So that is a great concern. So this is usually open forum, and what we do, we invite the youths, and we invite the public entirely to be able to come to the participation. So kindly, we actually request, this is a very good forum. Whenever you hear that agriculture activities or campaigns or project has invited community, we kindly request you, even as we are asked, because it is usually a requirement that youth should be reported to have participated in the project. It is a requirement. So it is our desire that we have you move with us. So I plead with you, let this be a forum of sensitizing the youth to be involved in agricultural activities. Another issue that was also raised is on what has the county government done to be able to make youths participate. What has the county government done to make youths to participate, to know the benefits of being part of youth? I earlier on had shared on the activities that the county government have participated in. I remember our moderator, Ogiyo, mentioned that we participated in giving out subsidized seed. We participated in giving out subsidized seed. And of course, there were even some of us who benefited. So this is actually a program that was done, 178 tons of seed, that is maize and sorghum included. We also gave out sunflower seed, 27,250 sunflower seed that we distributed. As we talk currently,
as we talk currently, we have sunflower seed in our sub-county offices. Yani, it has not been possible to take all of it, and it is free. We have been pleading with the farmers to go and take. We have our sub-county offices which have not been able to get a farmer to go and pick the seed. That is how serious it is. The seed is lying in the office, even as we talk currently. And then recently, Your Excellency also launched cotton. Those who are coming in the lower parts where we grow cotton. So we launched 10 tons, 0.09 tons of improved variety of seed. That is hybrid seed, that is BT cotton. And I actually would report, it's unfortunate, some of the cooperative societies where we took the seed, they have not been able to get the farmers to give those seeds. So that is how it is, because the approach was that we were doing it through cooperative societies. So I would actually also want to bring to the attention of the youth. It is usually very difficult to deal with an individual. It is easier to deal with those people who are organized into groups. So my challenge again to you will come that why can't you please organize ourselves into groups? It is easier to be able to reach or to be supported through services from the county government when you are in groups. So that is one, way that I would actually be able also to respond to the same. Then I would actually respond to the youth that was asking whether they can be able to get the services from the youth, from the extension services. You definitely get services because we have got our officers at the sub-county level and they go up to the sub-county level. And therefore I would actually basically respond by request, by giving you out my number so that you can be able to, in case you are seeking for extension services, I can always link you up with our staff at your area. My number is 0722 23 072223 9354. That's my number. We can always be able to support where I can link you up with the extension officers who are near where you are. Then there was a request on issues of teams adoption, production in chicken, where we do have a shortage of Merex vaccine. And I would actually take that as a concern. There is shortage of Merex vaccine. I'll be able to organize with our team so that we ensure that the Merex vaccine is made available. We do have services at the county headquarters where we normally have vaccines provided to the farmers and also to the farmer organization. So we'll be able to communicate this so that we can be able to support our farmers. So I think this one you can still also be able to do make consultation and request so that I can be able to give you the response after I've made the necessary. As far as the app or the structure for the marketing of the chicken is concerned, as we are talking currently, sincerely speaking, we are indeed doing well, but we have not done that well in terms of the chicken, production. And I remember that we had tried to bring on board, a service provider called Mshamba, who was trying to help us to be able to have an application that we could be able to use for selling and marketing our chicken. But at the moment, I believe that we are still a little bit far, and the demand within is still quite, it's still very, our demand in terms of the county issues of chicken, we have not been able to satisfy.
But I believe that is the best way and that is the direction to go. I would maybe want to give my chief officer maybe just also to add a word on the questions.
Thank you so much, Eric, for answering those questions. Maybe one thing I would like to add is that Agriculture Department is trying to work with organized groups. And we would really like to urge the youth to join either farmer producer organizations or cooperative societies that we currently have in the county. Most of the support that we give as a department, we give through those organized groups. I wanted to add to what Eric has said with regard to the figure. I've seen that the figure I presented of 33% elicited a lot of interest. It could be true that some of the youths were not reached. The farmer registration exercise is an ongoing exercise. It is an exercise that we keep carrying out. Every day, people make decisions. It's possible that somebody did not make a decision last year that they are a farmer. Today, they want to be registered as a farmer. Now, this is what you need to do. Dial *616 *3 hash. *616 *3 hash. *616 *3 hash. When you dial that USSD code, it sends us a message at the Agricultural Department that you'd like. And then based on where you are, based on your location, we will send an extension officer to the government gives farmers subsidized fertilizers. You only get this subsidized fertilizer if you are a registered farmer. So it is important for you to register because you get an e-voucher through your phone. And then that will help you to acquire the subsidized fertilizer. Number two, some of the inputs we give as a county government, we also give to farmers that are registered. Why do we give it to farmers that are registered? Because we want to follow up. We don't want to do hit and run projects as a county government. We want to be accountable, and we want to know as a county government. The other day, Her Excellency launched cotton project. We put in 27 million in that cotton project to buy. We want to know who has taken this seed, where have they planted it, how can we support them? And we can only know this if we have your data. So it is important for you to register as a farmer so that you get the data. I also wanted to add to what Eric has said with regards to extension services. It is true that as a county government we have had very few extension staff. As a matter of fact, the lowest level we have are the ward agricultural officers, who are only one per ward. Now you'll agree with me that wards are very vast, and one officer may not be able to cover an entire ward. So what is the county government doing about this? Agripreneur model. This agripreneur model is a double-edged sword. We empower the youths through the agripreneur model, where we onboard youths and train them to be entrepreneurs. At the same time, they will be offering extension services. As we speak, we have onboarded 7 agripreneurs per ward. Those are 280 youths that we have onboarded across the county. So that is one of the things that we are doing. One, in empowering the youth, and number 2, in improving our extension services. And apart from that, our offices are always open. The director has just given you his contact. We also have our sub-county agricultural officers who are very accessible. Any moment, anytime you want services in the space of agriculture, we are always open because we know that that is the only way. And that is an issue across the Nyanza area. A number of our youth you can come together in groups. And as we told you, the model that really works best for us is the model of having people organized into groups. So you can come together in groups and lease land, lease an acre. Our extension officers can come and do soil testing on that land and tell you what crops you can plant there and how that land can be beneficial to you, and offer you with the necessary extension services, and you'll be making some money out of that. We highly encourage that youths participate in commercial agriculture.
Thank you very much. I think climate change had one question from Tony Obala, and it's about FLOCA. And 3 minutes. You all understand that FLOCA is a program, a project. And like all projects, it has its way of being implemented. We have a prepared document that gives guidelines on how we are going to implement this program, project called FLOCA. Not only here in HOMABAY County, FLOCA is countrywide. So it guides us in HOMABAY and in the country. So FLOCA was rightfully conceived to enhance resilience to the impact of climate change in HOMABAY and other counties. FLOCA was also brought about to help us adapt to the impacts of climate change. And FLOCA was also conceived to empower communities to learn on how to live with the impacts of climate change. And then, when you go deeper into the implementation of FLOCA, you will find that the FLOCA money, the so-called FLOCA money, is supposed to be invested in 3 major sectors. 3 major sectors. Number 1 is water. Number 2 is agriculture. And number 3 is the environment. And then it goes on to say that investments can be made in other areas that are closely related to the 3 above, like in the reduction of disaster risk, and in irrigation, and all those was being conceived, came up with a World Climate Change Action Plan. And before we decided to invest in any project, the community priorities were well spelled out. We went out into the communities through the World Climate Change committees, and they told us that in order to help them adapt to the impacts of climate change and those climatic hazards, those words, and build their resilience, they wanted us, they advised, or they proposed that we do certain things. Top on the agenda of most of those World Climate Change priorities was the provision of clean and safe water. Provision of clean and safe water addresses many vulnerabilities to the impacts of climate change. Remember, we are trying to address the vulnerabilities. In other words, those things that make our communities to be vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Issues like drought. And you know very well, when droughts water, then they are susceptible to a number of things. Number 1, diseases. And number 2, access to food is affected. So most of these water committees prioritized provision of water until one time we were asking ourselves, how are we going to implement this? And indeed, when we finally saw the allocation given to HOMABAY County, we said, thank God, we are going to respond to the priorities that were given to us by the communities. Now, having said that, I want to correct that we are not doing 40 boreholes currently, but we are doing water projects in all the 40 wards. But not all of them are boreholes. That is to say, new boreholes. As a matter of fact, we are doing 33 new boreholes in areas that have been identified to be needing water. We are also rehabilitating a number of those boreholes that had been sunk in one way or the other. They went out of service because of vandalism, or they were never completed. But they have water, but the communities cannot access that water. A good example is in Kasipul Central down here. Somewhere called St. Vincent or Tie. There was a borehole there with a good yield, but people could not use it maximally. So we are solarizing it and trying to distribute it to the people. We are also doing other projects. And for instance, in the ward where you come from, Tony Obala, I'm speaking to you. You come from Kanyalu ward. There is a water project there known as Kanyalu Water Scheme. You know it. It is called Tende. Currently, if you go there, you will find some work going on. We are reviving that project. But do you know who is funding it? Flock. Floka is funding that. So, when that is complete, people in Kanyalu, parts of Kagan, will have water. We are also reviving a very big water scheme in Sindo. Who is coming from Sindo here?
This is this side. This Sindo is not here.
But he's coming from Sindo, he knows.
Yeah, the panel.
Dominic here is from Sindo. We were there with him yesterday. It was a very big project that was lying in waste, in ruins, vandalized to the core, but with a very big potential to supply water. Right now, water is flowing in Sindo, courtesy of Floka. Now, Floka is not only implementing these water projects. 261 million is too much for water. We are also doing other things that are of importance. We are supporting agriculture in a big way. The agriculture people are here, they will tell you that through Floka, they have been able to distribute seeds to the people through Floka. Floka is also supporting those youth groups I was talking about, those women groups I was talking about, to establish community tree nurseries in the component of the environment. Floka is also contributing in a big way to disaster risk reduction and availability of information, mainly for agricultural purposes. We have already established what we call the HOMABAY County Climate Information Center. I don't know how many of you have heard about it, but the information center is there, financed fully by Floka. And when you call that information center today or even right now, you will be able to get information on the weather. If, for example, you are coming from a ward known as West Kamaga or South Kasipul, they will tell you that in South Kasipul, for example, pattern of rainfall that is expected, or we don't expect rainfall up to this point. If you call that center, the number is, somebody just dial, it is free by the way. It's toll free. One of you can dial. If you dial many of you, you may not be served. One person should dial 0800 then 0, then another 0, then another 0. 0800000870. Number right now, you will get somebody from the other side who will respond to your queries. Which type of crops to plant in a certain area in this county. I tell you, because they have that information on their screen. So it is just waiting for you to go and seek it out. And it is toll free. And for now, we are only operating between 8 and 5 for reasons of staff and other issues involved around involving government workers past 5. But we are working around it to make it 24/7. So who was dialed?
Yes, someone was dialed.
Can somebody dial? What did it? It is free.
It's all free, but
it's all free. Or you can do it on your own time. Sindio? Yeah, so what I was saying now, just to conclude, on top of this Climate Information Center, we have also been, we are having projections into the future. We want to integrate this climate information system we have to what we call climate resilience and innovation hubs. And this is something that we are doing to involve the youth in matters of climate change and also integrate climate action in all our departments and all the sectors. When these hubs are complete, there will be areas where you can learn how to do sustainable agriculture. Just like the agricultural demonstration centers that you all know. We want to integrate them into a hub in all these sub-counties where this information can be disseminated. We can also use those areas as disaster risk response centers so that we ensure that this county called HOMABAY is resilient to the impacts of climate change. Tony, I hope I have responded to you correctly. Thank you very much.
Yes, please. I think we try and summarize.
Thank you very much. My colleague Director Roy, I think you've given it all that it deserves. The first question that we got here is how best is the county government utilizing conditional grants and then drilling of boreholes? I think he has given it a very good answer. Mine is before we go and deliberate or decide. There are several stages we follow before we come up to what options we are going to provide safe and clean water. We have around 5 options that we can give safe water. We have spring protection, rain. Abstraction comes from the rivers, lakes and springs, and then draining of boreholes. When you look at these interventions, before you choose on which intervention you're supposed to pick, you look at the cost of money you have vis-a-vis the operation cost. So when you look at these 5 options, spring protections, they have reduced drastically. Like we used to have so many springs towards this side that we are bordering PC. Most of them are dry. The springs we used to have in islands, all of them, majority, are dry. We are just left with 1 or 2 or 3. Rainwater harvesting, the rain is there. We have 2 rainfalls within HOMABAY County.
but the volumes are too low that you cannot invest in them in terms of a source for water. Then the abstraction. When you look at abstraction, we only have 2 rivers across our county. We have River Riana or River Kuja, and then we have River Awachitende. Then we have the Lake Victoria. When you look at the 2 rivers, the turbidity is very high. So the cost of packaging a safe and water is very expensive. Awachitende are carrying all the silt from the hills of Kisii and bringing them all the way up to the lake. Chemicals are also brought all the way up to the lake. To package 1 liter of water from the river is very expensive. The same to what you can do from the lake. So when you look at all this, the only available option that is feasible in terms of cost and operation and maintenance is drilling of boreholes. Because once you drill a borehole, you don't need money to clean the water. So chemicals cost you cut down. When you drill a borehole, you solarize them. The cost of power is cut down. So that's what we look at before we make a decision. So it's not a matter of just you're drilling boreholes, but you look at the money you have vis-a-vis the operation cost of that project. So if you look at all those parameters, boreholes are the best. The only intervention or caveat that we are now putting on is to reduce the distance people are walking to go to those boreholes. So we are encouraging most of us, we will interact with our area MCAs. I can see my able MCA here for Kojwat. We need to talk to them and encourage them that now they reduce the boreholes they have, but those that have high yield, we do the pipeline connection. So that if people, for example, in HOMABAY at the moment, we are talking of 7 kilometers going for water. 7 means you are going 3.5 kilometers to the water, 3.5 kilometers back to your house. By 2027, we would want to reduce this to 3 kilometers. That is 1 kilometer to the water point, 1 kilometer back. So if you have already a borehole in every ward, it means we talk to our MCAs, not all the boreholes drilled can be extended. It's a function of also the yield. So they go for those that have high yields and they allocate money for pipelines. So once the pipeline is done, then we are reducing this distance that you will be walking, and by 2027, we will have achieved our objective. So another question was the SDGs 6. We have 90 and we are moving to 140 boreholes. The status of these 90 boreholes. I'm very sorry to say that very informed people are also working against our interventions. Most of these boreholes that we've drilled, at least 1 borehole in the ward, these intelligent people are going for the solar panels and they are going for the sunvators. So you'll find out of these 90%, 15%, the sunvator is missing or the solar panel is stolen. So the project is not working. Most of these informed people are, sorry to say this, but they could be bordering to the youths we have here. So as opposed to having that water giving you a safe water and sanitation service close to you, you look at the panel. So you go pick the panel. You look at the sunvator. You go and sell it. So at the end of the day, people still go back to the 7 kilometers they are walking. So 5% of these 90 are broken down because of our intelligent people who are using our intelligence negatively to give us negative development. Then, when we look at the last question, our focus, sorry, the parting shot I want to give you, give when you go to this public participation choosing projects, give more priority to now pipeline extensions, because some of these boreholes are like 5 cubic to 10 cubic meters per hour. They can be extended. And with solar power and being very close to you, what you only need is a storage tank and a tap, and you get the water. So be informed. The story of boreholes and so forth is not a guesswork. It's a scientific designed approach to come to those solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. VTC, I'm being told that we have very limited minutes remaining, so we summarize.
Okay, sir. I will do 2 minutes for the move says we should leave. We still had one question about adoption of technology. I want to say that the BTCs adopt technology. The department does occasional training to the instructors in the institution. With our partners also, I just called you the other time, but it was just actually yesterday, a team of 19 managers left Kisumu, where they were taken by the KCB Foundation for training. So institutions will find. When we are doing our budget starts from the departments, going up from the observation of all of us. But you see, first things first. So when the High Excellency came in, we realized in that department. So the first thing she decided to do, before we tried to put them in their own centers, was to change the learning environment for them. And right now, there's a process going on, and the department is very busy. Actually, our chief officer is launching from every ward to another, what is called the HOMABAY. And there's currently a change. There's construction, actually, and it's labor-based. We decided now to do it, and we do it very fast. So we will pole move to the centers, because again it's giving them a very big problem. The ECD teacher does not know. Do I report to the head teacher or the supervisor? So it's something that is eating our mind, and we're getting toward that direction and get a solution. Finally, I'm asking, what would be the harm if a nurse is very well trained in trailering and dressmaking? What would be wrong if a teacher is very good in beauty therapy? What is wrong if a doctor is very well trained in carpentry? We have some time before we join the universities, even for us to get A planes. We can take the 6 months minimum, long time it could be 2 years. Get the training so that we are both skilled and professionals in our areas. Asante.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Asante sana, BTC's help.
Mine will be very brief. There was a concern on rescue centers. It is true. We have very few rescue centers. I think there are discussions on the same, and I think just a matter of time we shall have the best way out of it. On the availability or the usability, there are, you said, 24 newly established health facilities. My response would be this: you know, we call them pillars in health. One of them is a structure. 2 is manpower. 3 would be drugs and so on and so forth. Therefore, when you are starting up a facility, it is not usually very possible that you start it to day one and everything is perfect. So it is in the right trajectory that the structures are up and plans are underway so that they are well equipped. On the same response, we have something called the levels of health facilities. There's something called the dispensary, community, level 1, level 3, and so on and so forth. They are categorized in such a manner that they are particular services offered at each and every level. Therefore, we need to appreciate and understand that. For example, in level 2s, at least they're supposed to offer immunization services. And if they're doing that, we are just good to go. So just a matter of time, these facilities will be where we want them to be. I thank you all.
Thank you very much. Before we appreciate the panel, I'll give Steve, is it the right holders? Okay? The right holders a chance to say a word, a minute. Oh, we had questions on ICT. Sorry.
Thank you. Tony, you had asked a question, and I believe it's a question that we have answered. We asked availability of information to the youth, right? And we have tackled this. We realize we have several channels of communication or several channels of disseminating documents or whatever communication that we'd like to send out to the public. And when you're dealing with the youth, maybe Tony, which is your preferred media channel? Preferred. Maybe let's social media and traditional media. Traditional media, we have radio, TV. Sorry, almost all. You have a Facebook page.
Yeah, very active.
You are very active. Yeah. Yes. Where do you get your news, your breaking news?
Mostly in the mainstream media.
Yes.
And I validate with social media platforms.
I think it's the opposite. Yeah? Who wants to believe it's the opposite? Yeah. You first get breaking news on social media. Yeah. And it's just that it's the youth who are very good and quick to provide news. Okay? Sometimes you don't even know where you get them from. And then you validate with mainstream. Because now mainstream in the bulletin, they give you comprehensive. Sindio? And that's
okay, sir. Just a quick one. Why I was asking this was a simple publishing the quarterly.
I'm headed there.
Yeah. So that is where my worry is.
Which quarterly?
The quarterly reports of the PFM.
The PFM Act?
Yes.
Do we publish quarterly reports? It's an act. How do we publish an act quarterly?
No, he's asking about PFM as in financial reports, I think so. I don't know what he's talking about. Quarterly reports, that's what she's asking.
Okay, I get you. So what we do, let me combine this question with, there's a lady who also asked, how does she simplify our documents and speak to her grandmother, for example, okay? So we do publish periodic, okay, let me call them periodic. Let me not specify monthly or quarterly, because we have quarterly newsletter, we have monthly newsletters, we have quarterly documents, and we have annual documents. So we do publish them. Again, what I said, we place them in the website. They are available in the website, okay? And we have citizen-friendly documents. These are compressed documents. How do we compress them? We provide low-resolution documents, okay? Which are called citizen version. Tony, you don't agree that they are there on the website? We show you again.
Actually, I think we need to understand that when Tony asks a question, it is all of us.
Yes.
So we are not addressing him. We are addressing all of us.
Yes, we are not addressing Tony. This question goes, it's just that Tony is the subject matter. Focal point, yes, as Waziri says. Okay. So then, just as I finish, whatever we publish, we first put them on social media. For us, it's the easiest platform, it's the quickest platform, it's the cheapest platform, it's the most affordable platform, and it's easily accessible. Yeah, I think Harriet.
I wanted to put in a word for you regarding the implementation reports. I think that's what you was asking. The budget quarterly implementation reports. I'm not loud enough. It is. Anyway, I just came to help my boss respond to the question regarding quarterly implementation reports that my fellow youth asked down there. I am a backbencher like you, but I've decided to come and respond for the benefit of everybody. The quarterly reports, we do have them. We submit them to the controller of budget. Once they are published, we are required to put them in the website. I stand here to commit that henceforth, starting from September, once they are approved by the controller of budget, we will upload them in the website.
Thank you very much. Our youth, one of the very senior youths. Now, I want to give the last word to the right holders, representatives or spokespersons, so to speak, to have a word, then we wrap the panel session.
Okay, thank you, Director. Thank you again for coming through, because that is one of the things that we haven't seen in HOMABAY County, probably up to devolution time. I think we will be fast-tracking that to see that in place, because Section 166 of the PFM Act 4C talks of publicizing. It has never been there. And this is what has been betrayed. Director talked about accountability and trust. We will be going to public participation by next week, consultative, then to begin the ADP process. However, how do we give out our views? Then we do not get feedback, how the resources that people gave out their inputs are used. Thank you for committing to that. Then I sit here on behalf of young people, on behalf of youth, as I have told them. And I've also seen how the conversation is ongoing. And I have questions, but I'll follow directly with them. I want to just share with the team that some of this information we want, we can address them formally to the right office. We have various provisions that allow us to inquire. Section 9 of Access to Information Act allow us to ask information. Then also, we also are according to County Government Act Section 88, when information is not clear, then formally within the provided legal frameworks, we can seek a petition to require information they hold. So this will also be able us to differentiate rumors in the social media and inquiring officially. So that is one thing I also wanted to say. We can petition the government according to Section 88 of the County Government Act to get the information officially. Then I also wanted, Director, through your office, the other time, talking of issues of waste management. I come from a sub-county and a town where we do not even have a garbage collection. And imagine a team coming all the way from the headquarters to come and clean the market in Sindo. When you leave, where are they throwing their litters? When flood comes, that is one of the area flood affected people. It sweeps everything into the lake, and you can relate with what she said, when everything goes to the lake. Why do we spend resources to come and clean a market? I call upon your department to look for a sustainable way where we can be able to collect garbage. We have dustbin where people can throw their litters. Then as I conclude to the end, I don't know if it's just a formal conversation that currently in HOMABAY we have all facilities are level 3. In those corridors they say we have level 3 facilities. According to requirements of a level 3 facility, are we at particular point or we are doing this in the context of revenue generation? I think we can also be able to look into that in terms of services and the requirement of a level of a facility. I want to thank you very much and we look forward to fruitful engagement with Asante sana.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Steve. Steve is our chair when it comes to coordination of partners within the space of youth programs. And Steve, mulipata kondo? The last time we were celebrating International Youth Day, there was scarcity of condoms in HOMABAY, and the youth came to me, they asked me, Director, now do we suspend ile maneno yetu? Na hatuwezi. Okay. Jabe, it is now my very, very humble honor to bring you on.
Thank you once again. I'm so happy with the engagement that we've had. I think we've learned a lot. How many have learned something? Yeah, so as a youth advocate and activist, I'm so happy with the engagement. What I want to emphasize, like for us, they tell us that youth, we are the future. But in relation with climate, I wanted to say that what our grandparents or parents experience on weather patterns will experience like thrice more. There will be more floods, more droughts, more famine if you don't take action. So it's upon the youth to take action. As I said, youth participation in SDGs should be a fundamental right. It's your right to participate in governance, climate governance. It's your right to participate in advocacy. It's your right to participate in all the SDG goals to help us achieve them. My part in short, I think Steve have mentioned what I wanted to talk about on issue on waste management, especially in Wadiang. I'm one of the people who did a cleanup there on World Water Day, and the place is very pathetic. There is no litter bin, and Wadiang has a population of 5,000 businessmen and women, and it's very pathetic. So this is my plea to the Wadiang is in Sindo. Yeah, there's the market, then there's also the beach. So it's my plea to the county government to actually should take action. There is no litter bin. There's no even, they don't even see the truck which is collecting bins because they don't have where to throw the darts. There's just plastic and everything. They throw them in one place. So it's not easy when you are in this space of circular economy, even how to recycle or reuse the waste. Yeah, so if the country government can do something about Wadianga Beach, I'll be happy to join and help you in mobilizing more people, human resource, and even any kind of resource. Yeah, thank you. So to finish, this is to the youth, to create our future. It can be messy to creating the future, messy and very. The tree nursery, I have 7,000 trees now, fruit trees. I'm a farmer, if you look at my hands, empower the community, even in schools. So as youth, unaanza pole pole, then when you're together, is my passion. I'm a political scientist by profession. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is her passion. And that is what Chief Agriculture was talking about. It's about I want us to appreciate the panel. How do you want us to do it?
Okay, to get in touch with me, because we are here to empower the youths, and how many want to empower me? Even in my eco-travel, I was in Gembe Hills, I distributed 4,000 seed balls, yeah. If they grow, they will become 4,000 trees in Gembe. The last weekend I was in Takawire in Fangano. I donated fruit trees to the community and even planting bags. You know, when we talk about empowering the groups, you can't start a nursery without a planting bag. So I gave out 2,000 planting bags in that area. And on 14th September, I will be in Homa Hills. So, nitaenda huko Abundu, then in Simbi and in Homa, and we are planning to distribute more seedballs there. I have a contract with Seedballs Kenya to increase the county tree cover from 3% to somewhere even 10. Yeah, and if you want to support what I do, you can get my 07. Yeah, 0726 2675 3368. 072675 environmental conservation, and you can also get fruit trees from my nursery as well. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. This is a true ambassador. Okay? This is a youth champion. True model. Okay? I'm sure some of you are saying they want to be like her. Now, let us appreciate the panel. I've had a proposal that we do 5 factorial. How about 3? 1. Hey. Hao vijana wamekuwa tufanye milpolo. Unajua milpolo? Haya. Kakop, kanyigo. Thank you very much. Team, it's been an honor. Thank you. You can now then. I think now we want to move very fast. While we were on, we were joined by honorable member of the House of Representatives. One of our MCS, she will speak. Before I get there, the office of the area MCA is represented here. I want to ask him to just say a word, just a minute. Then we finish up this protocol. Kubo. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all. My name is Ben Otiende. I'm representing South Kasipul Ward, where you are. In South Kasipul, we have 5 sub-locations. Kanyango sub-location. We have Kokal sub-location, that's Kowidi location. Then we have Kasimba sub-location. We have Kawino sub-location, that's Kokage location. After that, we have Oyugis Town sub-location, where my friend Sigar works. So all of you are welcome on behalf of Zakayo Kumo, who is known as Mogo. So you're also very much welcome. I appreciate the panel who came. They gave us a good version of everything. I appreciate the youth who attended this meeting. They gave a very good attendance today. What we are saying is every public participation you get a chance, come and attend so that you get what the county government is doing. Otherwise, welcome. I also appreciate Madam Joan for coming. She's our present MCA today, so I'll hand over to her that she gives a word of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Asante sana, and thank you for allowing us to do this here. This is a constituency and a sub-county, so to speak. There is also a representative from the office of Ogai Mamilambu. Yeah? Pendra, a representative from Pendra's office is here. And I want you to come, please. Just, unajua tukiwa hapa, lazima tukae mzuri. Namna hiyo? Yeah. And we know Pendra is one of us. When akisema left. Sema right. Namna hiyo? Thank you very much. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. Kisungu dokoro wach mang'eny moro. Bengi koro de. Dong kamano. Yienora kao thuolo ni norwako Kasipul jok mae sub counties mamoko. Hiyo ndoto bado iko. Na itafanyika. Dong kamano. Ndoto mowacho no neto biro chopo kare. Yienora mondo mi awache ni kawuono to kabiro lo mheshimiwa.
abiro mondo mi abia winj weche mipuonjo kagi mondo puonjre go chien doge. But now that I've been given time to talk, nyaka wache ni Mheshimiwa Ng'ondowere orwako kasepol. Dongo orwako? Mano ogai makanyewa? Milele na milele. Daktari winje kiwache doge. Yena ura wache ni okadwa na ketsa urwako kasepol seche duto ma ubiro ka beduru thuolo kendo bedo thuolo kabisa. To gima nyaka ung'e sub counties mamoko gicha to ne pod omi ng'ate momake. To macha marwa dong mana diri mar ng'awa Ng'ondowere milele na milele. Erokamano. An Loni Rapemo ne jomoko ng'eya, an e jakom mar dongruok ma Kasipul constituency.
Thank you very much, Jakom. Erokamano ahinya. Now, awinjo ka Jakom wacho ni kizungu imekuwa mingi sana. Wachana very fast. Dimo wacho ni program ni hotel nyaka world level. Yeah? Program ni hotel nyaka world level. No, yeah, so that information moves. Now, this microphone is leaving my hand to one Director Zahra. Yeah? Director Zahra, please take it over from my hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabah. Tupatie Rabah makofi moja. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Waziri, I've seen a lot of potential here. You know, my SDG is SDG 17, and it's building partnerships for sustainable development. And also including the broader strategies feeding into the 2030 agenda. So, as a lady who's not yet cooking, and with this potential here, I will come and I will not go or I will not potential partnerships. Senior. I have the blessing of Waziri Alo. I mean, there are a lot of farms here. So you can build that partnership from this end, because Director Senior Youth of PAR was to take me to Ndewa, but she has failed. So, anyway, I'm happy to be here. I am not that young. I just left, I left the youth brackets just the other day. So I was just sitting there and thinking, what if we started this thing a long time ago? We'll be talking about impacts as at now and not setting priorities. But all is not lost in 1 minute. To say that we've taken all we've said here very seriously. My role is just to look for finances and resources, continue building partnerships, and making sure everyone is brought on board for that particular sustainable implementation, sustainable goals. So at this juncture, I know my colleague is here and he's still a youth. You can still interact with him. Allow me bring forth Mheshimiwa Joan, Commissioner, aseme maneno mbili tatu. Tumpatie moja, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. Waziri Grace, Directors, Chief Officers, organizers of this event. Allow me to say good evening. Situsalamiane kwa hewa hivi. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Kwa majina naitwa Mheshimiwa Commissioner Joan Ogada. I'm representing Kojwachi Ward. I was in town and then I heard that youths are here. So I said, I come and say hi. Mmenikaribisha. Wangapi mmenikaribisha hapa? Asanteni sana. As an MCA, I've been an MCA for 2 terms, representing Kojwachi Ward. Kojwachi is in Ruinga. I've seen my ODM constituency youth representative here, and you know very well that without ODM, without Raila Amolo Odinga, we could not be here. That is the truth. Without devolution, we could not be here. So thank you so much for calling the ODM constituency youth officials to be here with us. I want to say that this is a very good forum for engagement. And I want to agree with the Director that if we started it early enough, then we'll be talking about impact. But we are not that late. We are on track. And I want to say that let us continue with several of these so that we involve our people. As an assembly, our role is to represent. That is why we are elected. Number 2 is to legislate, to form laws, policies, regulations, which will guide the usage or the implementation of these projects. So without an assembly, the executive will not perform. Without executive, the assembly will not perform. And I want to applaud the whole team. Actually, in 2017, we were not doing very well as a county. We were only number 46. But I want us to clap for ourselves and this team. That currently, HOMABAY County is on the top. HOMABAY County is number 1. And not only through saying, but qua ground, the water they are talking about, the ECDs they are talking about, the roads they are talking about, all those things are on the ground. So Excellency and the executive and the team and the assembly has done a lot of work. And hopefully by 2027, HOMABAY County will be another Nairobi. Will be a city. And I want to thank Sagar. You are doing very well in Oyugis. You know, people from Renga come to Oyugis and they report to us. You are very active and you are doing very well. Plus all, Madam Chief Officer, Nieka from Kabondo Kasepol, you are doing very well in agriculture. And all of you, please continue supporting the governor. As an assembly, we will continue appropriating funds and passing the budget for all of us so that the county can move. I can see we are Gen Zs. And I want to appreciate Gen Zs. Gen Zs did their best. And right now, when I was passing through Ringa, actually I saw a big billboard from Badian and Ruto. Tunasema siasa weka kwa lungs. Ukiweka kwa heart, utashikwa na heart attack. Now Ruto will be coming on 28th, you know. And we will welcome him. 29? No, 29. So, we are in the government, but we've given our professions to the government. But we are still in ODM. Kwa watch dulu. Watch ODM ni mitiki dulu. Don't come on. Awacho ni wanjo ODM. Wako le Excellency Gladys Satunga suna wakairo kamano. Osebe kwa HOMABAY kaka assembly. Kendo engagements gineogi. Sani waneno ka wan gi engagements mopogore opogore. Maber kabisa, youth nigi margi, women are involved, and I believe where constituencies are adeko sangwe angwe joka bondonika joka sipunika rangwe gikarachuo. So I want to urge you that whatever you've been taught, please implement so that we improve. Unemployment is cancer in this Kenya. Ni cancer. So with agriculture, I think we will reduce unemployment. So let us implement what we taught. Another thing is public participation. Normally, when we do public participation, we normally don't get quorum. You'll find that when we advertise, we call people for public participation, people don't attend. Kindly youths attend public participation forums so that you can voice out, you can put your priorities. Through that is when we can legislate on your priorities, and then we allocate funds for development or for supporting you. So please be available during public participation. If you are not there, it is not the MCA to prioritize things for you. It is the public, you as an individual, to raise concerns in the community so that your MCA can go to the assembly and legislate or represent you there after you have given your priorities on the ground. So I want to comment that the team here has been working closely with us. Quarterly reports are brought and budget we pass for them, and after passing the budget, they implement it. That is the beauty of Excellency Gladys Satunga. So because nini vijana, ukikuwa kwa ward, tafadhali to support governor, so that governor vitu zenye anafanya zionekane. Kuna watu wenye wanapiga governor hata kama anafanya vizuri, they have a lot of propaganda. So we request that you people support us in that. kwa sababu you are seeing those things on the ground, so that we disapprove them. Above all, you support us through voting her again 2027. Otherwise, I've been in Kojwach for 2 terms. I said to Kojwach, I said we don't see Kojwach 2 terms, 2017, 2022. 2022, like I 2027, can you say you? For 2027, I can't tell you. Friends, wajikaze kabisa. So because these are elected positions, you can feel them. It's possible. Yes, we want many youths and women to be in the assembly. With those many remarks, I know I'll visit you in your wards. Nitakuja kwa ward zenu, tupige story, tuongee, na kuna mtu nataka kukimbisha 1 hour. Kwa sababu hii ni sio forum ya siasa, kuna mtu nitakimbisha 1 hour 2027. So nitakuja, tuongee, tutengeneze strategy, tuone vile tutafanya. Sijui kama kuna mtu mwenye anajua hiyo duniani. Is there anybody who knows my dream? Kunae? Mwenye anajua siasa ni nayo ndoto. Hii ndoto ya 2027. Nani anajua ndoto yangu? Sema nisikie.
Ana kaja kabon, kila jaka la chuan, pay kuch. Lakini awinjo kama moro ni MC moro ni penga Kojwach. Lori jwano gada. Roma ko ne romumboka. Na winjo lekne. Ne rodwalao. Odwalao sogo. Odwaro ringo mwe, kodwaro Yende ni kodwaro women rep, do.
Imagine, nata moro na wachuane, to koro odi dai. Yawa. Iloro wacho.
Honorable Ken, constituency youth leader Makarachuonyo, Mheshimiwa kata Commissioner Joan Ngada, dwa bedo women rep ma HOMABAY County. Mane leki.
Sawa, owacho koso ko wacho. Kora bolimo. Jadi mo yeni mo na biku majintie mo dale di mo na mpaka ne gibat. Abi itiyo kata mbatiyo. I expect that respect. Onge ki mo wacho mwana chumjate no mora. But yene ngatu mora mana demokrasia bandai na mono odike. Okay, no mara bien. With those many remarks, may God bless you. Mungu awabariki. Nataka kuita waziri. Oku appreciate kata yawa.
Mbona mmekaa jamani?
Sawa DJ. Sawa makofi nilipoona moja. Kila mtu. Kwa waziri. Karibu sana waziri.
Asante sana mheshimiwa, nimeshukuru. Wale watu tumetembea nao kutoka kwa county, uraia team, vijana, wageni wengine, hamjambo tena. Mimi naitwa Grace Masiosewe, nimetoka HOMABAY County, nimesimamia migao ya idara ya governance, administration, communication and devolution. It's a pleasure to be here. I bring you greetings again from Her Excellency, our beloved Governor, Gladys Wanga. Wangapi wamepokea salamu za Governor? Yes, the governor asked me to remind you that she cares about you. She loves the young people, she loves the youth, she loves the women. And those of you who have worked with her since she was a women's rep know very well that she loves young people. She was unable to be here today because of different commitments, but she sent us here. She sent me, she sent 2 other waziris. You've seen our officers here, so Maya and Sirkal. I think that shows her commitment to this process. This is actually one of the first engagements in Kenya at county level with the youth. The governor is keen to understand your needs. The governor is keen to engage you in the process of governing, in the process of development here in HOMABAY, and this is just one of the forums that we engage like this. I think you heard a lot about our public participation model. We aim to involve you right from your villages all the way to the county level. We come to you when we're developing the county implementation development plan, the CIDP, every 5 years, and every year we come back when we has established and gazetted a special economic zone in Riwa, which in the next. So this special economic zone is 532 acres. The first part that has been developed over the first 10 acres of the value chains will be able to take them to Riwa and find a market for them. Her Excellency is going to make sure that there's a market. We have already signed MOUs with different organizations. Victory Farms is going to set up a fish processing plant that will bring jobs. It will also create a market for our fishermen. Rift Valley Products is going to set up a milling plant, so we have cotton processing there as well. We have people shipyards who are going to come and build ships. Maybe soon fishermen will have very high-tech boats. We'll have ships going across Lake Victoria, so there are many, many, many opportunities over there. And I'd like to encourage you to engage. We came here and a lot of people didn't have information. But you know, this is a two-way process. You have to reach out just as much as the county and other partners, the government, other state partners, provide you with information. I think the young lady from Musinga who just came here is very dynamic. And if you listen to her story, a lot of it is about her reaching, about her going, about her just hustling, networking. So please, I think if I leave you with one message, it is this. All these opportunities, all these things we've talked about are like a toolbox. Do we have anyone here who has worked with a mechanic? Nobody. A toolbox has different tools. Some people have toolbox at their homes. You have a hammer, you have some scissors, you have nails, you have pliers, you have different things. That is what we have shared here. It is up to you now to decide whether the next thing that you need is a hammer. Maybe the next thing that you need to do is to develop a circle. That might be a hammer in the toolbox. We have talked a lot here about groups. You can organize yourselves. If you don't have work, you go, or even if you have a job, there's nothing to stop you from having additional income generating projects. Reach out to the people who are here, find out how you can form a group so you can go and get resources. If it is tenders that you want, learn more about AGPO. If it is ICT that you want to learn, if you want to learn more about the digital space, look for the ICT hubs. Right? If you are athletic and you're talented, look for an opportunity for sports. All these things that we've shared here, it is up to you to find out what you need at this point in time and reach out for it. And so my challenge to you is, as you leave here, make a plan. Look at what you've had today. Make a plan to get some more information. Make a plan about the next step you're going to take. Don't just go back home and sit after you've come here and spent the day. You will have wasted your time. You will have wasted the time of the organizers. Do something. Reach out to 2 or 3 or 4 youth who are not here and tell them about what you've learned. And if you don't, at a minimum, at least share the resources with them. Tell them, I heard about this, call this number, they'll tell you more about agriculture. As a county, we commit to organizing more of these forums. Our director, Silas, talked about award level. I think as resources allow, and in collaboration with our partners, we'll make sure that we have more and more of these opportunities over time. But in the meantime, I want to thank Raia. I want to thank everybody who contributed to make this a success. I want to thank you for being a part of this. This is an ongoing process. It is not something we're going to finish today, but we'll continue to engage. As a county, we are committed. Those are any of our directors, you can reach out to us. You can reach out to us through the website. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. I look forward to meeting you all again in different forums. But even more than that, I look forward to hearing stories about the different things you're doing, because you're champions. They picked you and not somebody else for a reason. Please make it count for yourself, make it count for us as well. Thank you very, very much. I think the meeting is now closed.
Thank you very much, Waziri. Can we give Waziri a better clap? Kanyido. Takot, alafu? Correct. Thank you very much, Waziri. I know the sugars are down. Everyone wants to bite. But of course, there are also questions of logistics that you want to be musikie kidogo. So, Waziri, if you allow me, I want to invite Jafet to have a chat, and then we close with a vote of thanks. Jafet, then we have just one announcement after Jafet, then we close. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have much to say. Let's person work. If you know that you got a message from me, apart from Rangwe, I assigned somebody to give you messages, isn't it? Rangwe, are we together? But other sub-counties, if you got a message from me, go to Rose and Billy, yeah, the one standing. You will find the forms per sub-county. Please sign it there, put your phone number, put your details, please. Tumesikizana? I'm not biased. I know wengine nasema now when you own the message, just see me, we shall talk. We are very, very much flexible. Waziri, there is nothing I can say much more. The only time I was so sad, forgive me, I haven't told you this thing. You know, I saw an advert and I was asking Ayeko, is this Grace Osewa I know how many Grace Sudani? Do you remember when there was an advert going around, those people want to be taken to the cabinet? So I was asking God, you are changing this thing. In fact, that's the time I prayed, I'm sorry for that one. Because I saw your name, but you have been very, very much supportive. And we like the way you are managing the governance department. We are seeing a lot of deliverables. And sometimes when you talk, it is a serious discussion about how we can do our things. And that one has been very, very much okay. Thanks to the Department of Youth, Roba. I know you haven't slept for 1 week. Nyinyi no Kinazara, Bolo, 1 week. We have been in WhatsApp. We are not meeting, but in WhatsApp to make sure that this program ends well. And even up to this moment, we are still on one to another. The food is becoming cold. I've been informed of that one. So Mkikula, everybody here must eat, okay? Regardless of whatever. Mijikumi kende. Mijikumi kende makumi ato bera. No kadwa elected post, but okadwa mijikumi goal. Now, I'm just requesting partners here, more so partners for governance. We are discussing with Robert because we are supposed to move to the second cluster for Mbewa, HOMABAY, Suba, North and South. But before we go there, can we meet, we look at the gaps and the challenges, then we iron it. But I'm requesting, if you know you're implementing the governance projects, let us meet. I'm seeing a need to organize for a town hall discussion between the governor and the citizens. There is a lot of information the citizens are lacking. Today, I've learned a lot. See, these people lack a lot of information. And I saw it in the morning, things were bad. But later, things changed. It means information is a power. So we will be organizing such events, and let us talk of the town hall discussions, and we shall be supporting it. Otherwise, I want to move with you as youth in activities which you can do, and feel free to join us. Otherwise, may God bless you when you go back home.
Thank you very much. Asante sana. Can we give him a better clap? Galido. Alafu? Thank you. Ayeko has one announcement here which came out of the questions, the so many questions that you had. So Ayeko, who are playing?
Guys, this is just an announcement, and we could not go without putting it here, because when you go back home from tomorrow, Sunday and Monday, you'll be our ambassadors. Currently, Waziri has just said that we are doing CADP, but CADP is County Annual Development Plan. We are developing it, submitting development, imani public participation, jide, para moroman unoka wane wangoka mwepe njoka te, gig modwano bede SDG. We want to put them in the plan. So currently we are on the sub-ward levels. We started this activity from Monday. So we are winding up sub-ward levels on Monday next week. So from Tuesday, that is very, very relevant. Tuesday is the famous Tuesday always. We are going for the ward public participation. So for Karachuonyo, except for the Gwe, will be 27th day at the ward. We have the announcement we circulate so that it goes down. When you go to churches or any other funeral, I tell your people to go where? To those meetings. For Angwe will be on Tuesday, on Wednesday, 28th, and those are the rest of the county. Otherwise, thank you so much, but the information is going to be circulated widely. Thank you so much.
Asante sana Yeko. Sigar, vote of thanks.
Joturo fuauru kama katakoro uoje dala. Eru kamano. Waziri, thank you so much for being that patient all the time. Wherever we have been with you, you can sit from morning to evening. Very extraordinary character trait. Asante sana. Directors, deputy directors, chief officers out to have said so. Wale ambao wamefika, washikadau wote, and the partners whom we have here. Asanteni sana kufika Uyugis municipality. We had a discussion and you thought of it as a municipality of choice. Your first venue for this kind of meeting. We are much honored. And really on behalf of the board and other stakeholders, as I did say in the morning, I thank you so much. And when you leave, going back, you let Her Excellency the Governor know very well that we do appreciate her goodwill for this function. Rabba, you are a good representative of the youth cadre of that under that department. So I thank you so much for what you are doing. Moving forward, we will work very collaboratively. I also pass the greetings of all the leaders from this area, from the Member of Parliament, and now waheshimiwa ambao wakufika hapa, lakini also they are very interested in the function that's happening here. Mheshimiwa Ogada pia, thank you for coming, Commissioner. Asanteni sana, mfike mwende kwa amani. Another time, feel most welcome, mrudi tena Uyugis. When we are going to take the late lunch, Waziri, Chief Officer, Directors now, we'll go together as I move, and colleagues wote tufike chini. So you will just follow me. Asanteni. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Sigar. Tuamke tuombe.
Inasemekana ndio hiyo ndoto yangu ya kufika hapa ibaki, lazima niongee na Mungu kwa language yenye tunaelewana. Let's bow our head for the Muslims. You know how we do it. Believe and pray. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alaihim ghairil maghdubi alaihim waladhdallin. Amin. I have prayed for everything. Journey masses, food, our families, our children, today's discussions, our partners, Uraia, the Danish Embassy, Asante.
Thank you very much.